Come on.
I'm skiing. I ain't running.
We're skiing?
I'm skiing.
I'm running down the hill. I didn't bring equipment.
I'm working smart, not hard.
But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, at the Rainier Classic, 5th annual. Oh, God, it's the pro show, and there's strong ladies or something. Anyway, we have the women's 73-kilo division. Pro women competing here, 165 pounds in hand. We have 2 of these strong ladies representing, one of the Sweaty Pig, one of here, Dungeon RX, Sarah Johnson, and Bailey Packer. Very strong athletes. We've had a great showing of strength out of both athletes so far in this competition. This is event 1, day 2, the Viking Press for Reps. What do you think?
I think it's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be amazing.
These athletes are going to be lifting some pretty heavy weights, I will say. This particular class is actually going to be lifting over body weight in hand.
Oh, yeah.
For not just one, probably not just 2, but many repetitions.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. So, quick rules in this event. Athletes can face in. Athletes can face in. Athletes can face out. Bailey Packer doing profanity on the field. How dare she? She's doing great. Athletes can face in. Athletes can face out. They can do the jerk. They can do the strict press. They can do a split jerk. They can power jerk. Do whatever the heck they want to get it over their noggin. The only thing they can't do, they can't thrust it from the pins. They can't smack into the supporting base pin. And that's it. It's a pretty liberal way to go about the Viking press. Normally, you can't do these sort of things. But here at Dungeon Strength, and more importantly, the Rainier Classic, we like to do things weird. So on the left of screen, we have Sarah Johnson. On the right of screen, we have Bailey Packer.
Yeah, so again, this is a departure from the standard rule set of the Viking press.
Mm-hmm.
And typically, this is a 4 repetitions event, so the way that this will be scored is the most number of repetitions will take the highest placing. And so these athletes are going to be looking to get maximum repetitions within 60 seconds.
That's right. And we're getting some quick height adjustments here before the athletes initiate. It looks like they're only up just 1 slot for Bailey, possibly 1 for Sarah as well. Maybe a slight miscommunication on the heights they prefer, but they'll get it all situated and fixed and ready to go. And both of these athletes I know will be looking to get in some reps.
All right, here we go. And we have athletes facing a different direction. Is that allowed here
It
today?
is allowed. You can face in, you can face out. It all depends on the technique you want to utilize. And for those who want a clarification of what a thruster is, that means you can't pick it up from the base pin of support straight up into the air. It has to start from the front rack position, then go.
There we go. Very nice. Very nice. We're already off and running. Sarah Johnson is racking up repetitions of that really solid push jerk. She's throwing it up there so high she doesn't even really need a jerk yet.
I know. She's so strong in the shoulders. Both Sarah and Bailey here getting in some quality reps.
Yeah, Bailey has racked up a couple repetitions, but she's
great split jerk by Bailey.
Definitely not quite up to the same number. She's going to chase Sarah.
Yep, Sarah getting in some quality power jerks here. I know Sarah eventually might turn in and do some split jerks if she so chooses. As of right now, it seems as though Sarah's in the lead by a fairly comfortable margin, but Bailey getting some super quality reps here, nice and powerful off the chest. Ooh, Bailey initiated that drive from the split position.
Oh, and Sarah going to the split jerk.
All right, great performance out of both athletes. Super strong, super good. Sarah opting to do a power jerk transitioning to split jerk. Bailey kind of going from a push press into power jerk, then split jerk. Really good full spectrum utilization of the tools that they had available to them.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we're going to have a weight change here. We're going to be going up to the open women class. First up, we're going to have no athlete in lane 1 on the left of your screen. Lane 2, for this first heat, we're going to have Tara Simonson.
That's right, Tara Simonson, another local athlete out of the Pacific Northwest who trains at Dungeon Strength. She's actually an amateur competing in the pro show here, with the goal of doing the best she can, right?
Yeah.
Like anyone else. But in the weight and hand will be 205. Tara has really outdone herself so far in this competition, and hopefully we get to see that continue here in the Viking press.
Absolutely.
This is the 4th event out of 6 in total. This is day 2 for the Rainier Classic. For those that are curious what the platform is all about, some athletes, depending on your height, have the option to use the platform when using the Viking press. Using the platform is going to elevate your total height position or your front rack position, so where you ideally get to start with a nice, even, parallel to the floor Viking press position. If you start in a deficit where things are quite low, that is where the weight's going to be heaviest due to the where the weight is loaded on the apparatus on that lever arm. So if you get things at least nice and neutral, things are pretty even keel across the board. If you're a really tall individual, you don't have to worry about the platform. If you're a little shorter, you get to use the platform.
All right, looks like we got things all set for Tara. She's just chatting with her judge, Aaron Murray, a 3-time, 3-weight class world champion.
4-time world champion if you include the Arnold Pro-Am win.
Oh, there we go.
In the heavyweight division.
All right, let's take a look at it. Tara's good for 1.
And she made a great adjustment there. She immediately brought her feet back underneath her after that first rep because she felt she was too far away. She should do that again. Oh, she's taking a good break. Good move. 3 solid reps so far at 205 pounds in hand for Tara Simonson. Here we go, Tara, pacing out that. And Zach, why would someone pace like that? What are they ultimately trying to accomplish here?
Trying to accomplish more repetitions.
Simply put. You're like, stupid, duh.
Duh.
Ugh,
No.
idiot.
So, yeah, we do see some of these athletes taking strategic breaks between the repetitions. You can see that she has 20 seconds left. She failed that last repetition. She's going to take probably a 15-second rest right here, which is very wise, to try to recover enough energy to then get one more repetition.
Here she goes. She's pressing.
Just like
triceps.
That was excellent. She's got to be careful to control it down, though. If her hands were to come off of that, she would have the repetition taken away.
She would have been zeroed.
Yeah.
If your hands come off, you get zeroed.
Oh, I stand corrected there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you gotta be very careful to make sure that you're within the rules. This is like I mentioned, a departure from the typical Viking press. Typically in a Viking press, many of our viewers will know, but for those of you tuning in for maybe your first strongman competition, typically in a Viking press, you will be able to dip and drive, and then you have to finish the press. You are not allowed to drop your level or rebend the knees or the hips. But today, for this competition, we're doing it a little different. You can actually face in or out. You can dip and drive. You can rebend. You can push jerk. You can strict press. You can push press. You can push jerk. You can power jerk if you want to call it that. You can split jerk. You can squat jerk. Whatever you want to do, just no overhead.
If you want to call it that?
If you are
correct,
a weightlifting
is that what you mean?
nerd
If you're
and you want to call it that,
sir. Taylor Doxey in lane number 2, by the way.
Bars around here. Where are we?
Shut up,
we're
nerd.
strongman competition. That's where we're at.
So in lane number 1, we have Taylor Gretsovich, and then lane number 2, another Taylor Doxey. Taylor Doxey getting in some split jerk work there. Taylor Gretsovich taking her time, pacing it out. Here we go. This is 205 in hand, guys. This is quite heavy. I think Taylor Doxey would have been better with a pin height that was lower. I think it's a little too high.
I agree with you. I would also say that she might be a little bit better off coming through the bar just a little bit more and with a slightly wider grip. Her grip seems to be just outside of her collarbone.
Right. And for those that don't know or can't compare it to, Taylor is a very large athlete. She's 6'1", very tall person, and she's quite strong. So she got at least 1 rep there. Good for her. And Taylor Gretsovich also seemingly got at least 1 rep there, I believe. So great job out of. Yeah, good points. You need the points, right? No zeros. Taylor Doxey, Taylor Gretsovich, solid work. Battle of the Taylors.
Yeah, very well done. Yeah, and 205 is not light.
No, certainly not on a Viking.
For just about anybody, but especially on the Viking press, like you said.
Yeah.
What would you say the major difference in feel is on the Viking press against something more people are familiar with, like, say, a barbell?
You know what? There is some pretty sound differences, and I will get into that just after this heat because I do want to give the athletes their spot. Yeah, they're due. They're about to get started here. Oh, they're going down one, so I'll talk a little bit. So one of the major differences is the force curve and the fact that you're in a fixed position against an object. Now, typically with a barbell, it can move in space in all directions, and for some that's more comfortable. It allows them to really kind of play with the implement and produce power the way they want. If you're not proficient with the first force curve that the Viking press presents, it probably feels like you're fighting against it the whole time. So a weight like this can be either super easy or incredibly difficult, depending on your background that you have in terms of overhead sports, I would say.
Absolutely.
So in our last heat here for our pro women, we have Jamie Booker in lane 1, which is left of screen, and Casey Croy in lane 2, right of screen.
So both of these athletes are pretty strong, especially pressing.
Yes.
And it'll be exciting to see how many repetitions they can put up on the board, because I know that these guys are going to get multiple repetitions.
Here we go.
There's 1 for Casey, 1 for Jamie, 2 for Casey, 2 for Jamie.
So that was just 1 for Jamie. That was a no rep. She didn't wait.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that is another thing. We have to make sure that, we have to make sure the athlete is waiting for the down call. So can you explain why either she didn't get a down call or why the repetition was taken away? Like, what are the movement standards here?
So in this particular case, although Jamie's getting some incredible reps right now, in this particular case, she didn't get the down call because she did not wait for her judge, Aaron Murray's hand signal to signify that she was under control and had the weight complete.
Very nice.
And Jamie's getting her head through, using those strong triceps to finish. She's going to use an optimal break. However, Casey Croy, right on her tail, doing a great job. Casey Croy, now the first athlete to switch angles to ideally then potentially get more reps. Let's see if this plan works out for her. No, not quite. Quite heavy.
It looks like Jamie is walking away because she knows that she's already got the event win.
I believe she took the event win.
Yeah, she
but I would
cranked
say
out
that's
a lot
1
of
and 2.
repetitions.
1 and 2
Yeah.
for the show for those ladies.
Yeah, very impressive with, I believe it was Tara coming in 3rd. Would that be correct?
Possibly. We'll find out very shortly. I would love some of the scores, if possible, on screen on that event, if we can. And I think Noah Bond's going to work on that just momentarily. But that being said, what little things do you think about before we get these scores when it comes to the Vikings? Any tips and tricks that you try to keep in the back of your head? Or let's say you were presented with this variation of it.
Yeah, so with this variation of it, I would actually suggest a lot of athletes to utilize a push jerk or a split jerk or a jerk of some kind. It's going to be advantageous, especially with 60 seconds to work, to actually rack up more repetitions. Typically, you see athletes burn up a little bit quicker in this movement because the push press is going to be taxing the shoulders considerably more than any of these jerk variations. So you'll see the majority of athletes performing a jerk variation. And I know for a fact a couple of these athletes in here are going to be really experienced with push jerking, and a couple with split jerks potentially, but we will see which one they decide to take. I am excited to see this class because the weight that they will be using is going to be right around 285 in hand, if I'm not mistaken.
285 on the dot.
Yeah, so that is a full 50 pounds heavier than their own body weight that they are hoisting directly overhead and then holding and displaying control. Now, when we say control, what they have to do is they have to lock out both elbows, head through, and make typically eye contact with the judge. You'll get a quicker down call, but they don't necessarily have to make eye contact. Elbows locked, head through, feet square, knees locked, hips through, in a completely standing position. Then they're going to get a down call. Then they can bring it down. And, a couple common mistakes and a couple things that you might see here. Some athletes have a couple anatomical differences. They may have a damaged elbow, and so their lockout might be a little soft right here. But so long as they're displaying control, and that's already been communicated to with the judge, then the judge will be aware of that, and they're going to get a down call. But it really is taking the lift and the weight to the end of the lift, we'll say.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and
So looking at so you asked me about the repetitions in the previous heat. So for the open women, we have the points there. Jamie Booker with 19 points. That's great. Casey Croy with 16 and Taylor Doxey in 3rd, still maintaining 3rd. But looking at the repetitions accomplished in that previous class, we got 13 total reps by Jamie Booker. That's really good.
Is that 205? Is that right?
205 on the dot. We are on stream. We are on stream, sir. We are on stream. Thank you. Get out of here. I love you.
Yeah, so as you said, 13 from Jamie Booker.
And we have 8 repetitions by Casey Croy, getting 2nd place. And then in 3rd place, we have Tara Simonson with 5 reps.
Third
Amazing.
Place. There we go,
Amazing.
right there. Very solid. And then we have the field getting rounded out with Mrs. Doxey with 1 repetition. And then
a 0, unfortunately, by Taylor Gresovich.
Okay.
But that is our points so far
That's
for that
heavy.
event. It's very
205
heavy.
is very heavy.
Simply put, it's just very heavy. So that is our open women so far. In the 160 pro class, we had Sarah Johnson getting 15 reps with the Viking because she's good at overhead, and 4 reps for Bailey Packer coming in second place. So Sarah leading the show with 7 points. Bailey in second place so far with 5 points. So honestly, still really close, and we have 2 more events. They could tie.
Yeah, that's only
They
a
could
2-point
tie the show. That'd be
separation.
really interesting. So coming on right now, we have the men out in the field getting their last warm-ups in and height adjustments, and that's what you'll see right now if you're watching the stream. But we'll be beginning shortly.
Yeah, it looks like we have the 231-pound men up for the points. I'll read through this real quick. Jacob Ferry in first place with 22.5 points. Gabe Deal in second place with 17 points. That's a pretty decent gap, 5.5 points in a field like this. Third place, rounding out the podium currently, is Melvin Mwamba with 17.5 points. That's actually a little that's a little mistake. We actually got Melvin in second, Gabe in third.
Yeah.
My bad. But those two are separated by only half a point, which means whoever out of those two betters the other will be placed above them. But the question is, can Tyler Buxton or Matthew Montgomery still make enough points and create enough of a gap to fight their way back up onto the podium? Because it will be really interesting. And I know for a fact that we saw Matthew Montgomery hit a massive 360-something log yesterday.
165 kilos, right? 363?
Yeah, I know he's going to be getting a lot of repetitions here. All he has to do is make sure he doesn't miss a down call, and he will be hitting in excess of 10 repetitions.
Right. So all the men are just getting warmed up here still.
Yeah, but I will say Jacob Ferry has a healthy lead with that 5-point lead over the 17.5 from Melvin, and then 17 with Gabe Deal.
And that being said, though, I wouldn't say Ferry's safe. We still have 50% of the show left, so an equal amount of points yesterday is available today. I've seen bigger leads blown.
Oh yeah,
I've seen 13-point leads blown.
Yeah,
going into one event.
In fields of how many?
Sometimes much larger. In this particular case, I believe we have 8 athletes.
Yeah, we do have 8 athletes.
Yeah, 8
Very
athletes.
Well done.
So
good noggin right
yeah,
there.
it is entirely possible that Jacob doesn't win this show.
Yeah,
right. It's very possible. He could even get knocked off podium depending on his performances.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
there could be an 8-point swing.
Yeah. I mean,
in each of these events.
Yeah, famously, one of my athletes, Lucas Hatton, at his amateur nationals that he took second at, lost to my other athlete at the time, Dylan Thompson, who won nationals. Going into the last event, Lucas had a 16-point lead, and he blew it after and didn't win nationals. And Dylan just chipped him just barely.
That's a big ouchie.
These things happen.
What was the? I know we're digging up the ancient history, but
all good.
was it a 0 or was it a?
No.
How deep was the field?
It was like
30,
40 or 50 guys.
Okay, yeah. So in a field like that, you know, a mid-pack performance can really damage.
I think Dylan
placing.
took like third in the event, and Lucas took like 32nd or something, or like 22nd.
That's rough. That is a rough one. But that being said, sometimes it's those kinds of experiences that really push you to much higher levels than you would have attained otherwise.
Oh yeah.
Lucas, as you mentioned, he missed out and had that event really punish him. And I'm sure as a result, he came back home and he was ready to work.
Yeah.
And put in not just hard work, but smart work.
Yeah, and he did okay ever since.
Yeah, he did okay or
Doesn't
whatever,
suck.
taking, being on the podium at the Arnold more than once.
Yeah.
No
big deal. All right, so
we got athletes warming up a little bit on this. I do think that it is important for the athletes to get a chance to really warm up on this. Not just the lightweights, but the heavyweights. This does feel notably different than a barbell or a log or a dumbbell or a keg or really anything that you've lifted unless you have lifted a Viking press before. The weight is loaded a little bit closer to the fulcrum. The weights that you see loaded are the athlete is actively feeling about 64% of the weight in hand, and then the empty apparatus is about 50 pounds. And so you'll be seeing the weight displayed that is in hand, but one of the more important things to pay attention to is the timing. The individuals that have done a lot of weightlifting, I know we're talking about a little higher concept, pieces here for the individuals that are showing up for the pro division, because we want to We want to appeal to that audience that's a little more experienced with this. But since the weight is a little closer to the fulcrum, you actually have those plates experiencing gravity at the same acceleration they would normally, but it is accelerating the handle downward much more swiftly than the weights would be typically moving down. So this actually has a much faster timing. You don't get the kind of lofty just whang. You don't get a whip. You don't get the time to get under it. Instead, you get a drive and then an immediate push straight back down.
So the time to fixation. So the term, so there's a term in weightlifting called time to fixation. And it's essentially when the object then becomes zero weight because it reaches just peak gravity, where it's not going back down, it's not continue going up, and that's usually the perfect position to catch if you're doing a barbell jerk or push press or whatever. Where you don't get that opportunity with this.
Yeah.
It's on a curve. It's just going to come right back down. It's going to push right into you, and that's exactly what you're talking about with it being difficult. But we're going to see some really interesting performances in this class, especially, I think, the 105 men. Mm-hmm. We have a weightlifter in Monty, who he's actually won the American Open Championships in the sport of Olympic lifting or weightlifting. So this is something that he's just going to more than likely just demo. And frankly, and that's what I was referring to. Like it ain't over yet.
I think it's kind of fun though because we see the order of athletes. And
we do.
I'm not telling you anything, but I will say that Monty is not going in the last heat.
He ain't doing that.
So as a result, he's going to have to go out there. And he doesn't get to play.
That's right.
He has to swing for the fence because he needs maximum points out of this event.
That's right.
So we will not be seeing him sandbagging at all. We will be seeing him going
full
out.
Effort. It'll be full effort for him.
Maximum reps.
Yeah. This is going to be fun. And with our open class, man, we have some really big boys, some good pressers and guys like gentlemen like Joel Alexander, Zachary Price, and then we have other gentlemen who might be utilizing some split jerk techniques like Dylan Thompson, perhaps, or power jerks by Brett Thompson, the other Thompson. And then you got the old girthy vets like Josh Hatfield who are just going to make it happen no matter what. That's kind of what he does.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be a very, very interesting display of power and strength. This event will be starting in 4 minutes.
First pair that will be going head-to-head. Matthew Montgomery.
All right, so they are actually just announcing who is up first. And I don't know if you guys can overhear the MC, Mr. Grant Higa, on the stream or not, but one of the absolute OG in the Pacific Northwest, mentor of mine personally, close friend, and he's on MC here. But he did just announce that Matthew Montgomery and Damian Capadoni will be in the first heat for the 105 kilo men with 285 pounds in hand for repetitions. They'll have 60 seconds to get as many repetitions. And again, they are allowed any jerk variation. They are allowed to set it down and rest it. They are allowed to face in or out. The only thing they really have to pay attention to is getting to lockout, achieving the lockout standards, and waiting for a down call, making sure they keep their hands on the bar as they bring it down. Again,
that's right.
If the athlete were to just drop it from overhead.
That's not a no rep. That's a zero, Playboy.
Yeah, that's a donut. That's no good.
Yeah, don't do that. All right, let's see here. Watching some of these boys still warm up.
Yep, Dylan Thompson taking a warm up on the left of the screen. Nice and swift. His pressing has really come along.
Well, it's had to. He's learned to use his legs really well.
Absolutely. I actually happened
Brett
to
Thompson
be
also doing a great job there.
Oh yeah, I actually happened to be at the gym when Dylan Thompson, it kind of clicked for him, and it was just really cool to see he figured out how to utilize that push jerk really well, get under the weight after a big drive, and when that clicks for athletes, you can see the level of performance jump up dramatically. The push jerk is so much more efficient than the push press or the strict press from a repetition standpoint, from a maximal effort kind of standpoint. When the athlete is able to utilize that technique, it can be tremendously beneficial. But, until they can utilize that actual technique, it's not so great. Usually it's actually mistimed and it can actually hurt the athlete.
Yeah, and frankly, when it comes to the technical approach to this event, because we allow split jerks, because we allow power jerks and push press, whatever you're most efficient in for your maximal weight or just general repetitions, I would just encourage athletes just start there. I wouldn't cycle through all the options because you're just in my opinion, just wasting different types of energy reserves, going from ATP to glycolytic to glycogen, all those energy reserves. Just start with the one you're most proficient and take the rest as necessary. I think those extra 2 to 3 reps that you may get because of it is a lot better than cycling through the options, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say typically you want to just stick with the one that you know is going to get the most repetitions from the start.
Right.
But a lot of, sometimes an athlete will come out and their head won't quite be right, and you see someone utilize, say, like a push press, and they remember, oh, I can push jerk on this again. And so then they go into a push jerk or even a split jerk. Sometimes there's a little bit of like, someone thinks they can push jerk the entire time. They go into that. They start to fail some repetitions. They decide to switch to a split, and that works out for 1 or 2 more repetitions. There's some weird things that can happen in competition.
Exactly. All right, looks like we're getting our heights finally adjusted. We should have our 105 men starting now. It is 2:30.
Yeah, and so huge shout out to the spotters and loaders here. We have a bunch of experienced individuals helping to flip plates, helping to set up these platforms, helping to set up the events. And you can see both of the platforms are set up underneath the farmers. This is in order to allow
The Viking.
for... What did I say?
Farmers.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Both of the handles is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
That is to allow for a greater dip and drive. It also allows for a slightly better position at the top of the drive.
Monty wants that back slap. He's out there.
Yeah, and that's Kevin, I believe it's Simmons.
Simmons, yes, sir. Best
Kevin
way and
Simmons.
coach in the USA.
Wildly good athlete in his own right, but a fantastic coach.
Here we go. Monty's going to have to put on a show and win this event because he is coming from behind. So far, his technique is masterful. It is unbelievably talented in this, the jerk variations. I know he'll go to split jerk eventually after some pacing, but he needs reps and he needs to win this event.
And he's taking his time. That lockout position is so sturdy, so strong. He does a great job of keeping pressure in with the hips as he approaches to lockout, but not overextending.
Yep. Nice control. He's got 30 seconds to work here. Now he's at 25.
Yep, so I think that is 12, 13?
It's a lot. It's a whole lot.
14?
If possible, I'd love a rep
15.
counter if possible as these athletes go. If not, I understand.
He could get pretty close to 20 here if he decides to go now.
Yeah,
10 seconds left.
There he goes, switching to a split jerk
16,
technique.
17.
Saving energy. He's got to
Gotta
keep
go
working
now.
here.
18.
2, 1, and time.
And he could keep going if he needed to.
Yeah, and they did not give him that last rep.
Oh, really?
They did
yeah,
not.
the very last one.
Yeah, very last one.
Holy cow, 285.
That was very impressive. 17 repetitions, maybe
Something
18?
around there, yeah. An incredible
teens.
amount of reps.
High teens, that's a lot of repetitions.
And that was, for those watching, it was 285 pounds, 130 kilos for a whole lot of reps.
That is many repetitions. So he put up a fantastic mark to beat. We did not see Damian Capadoni out here. I hope he's all right.
Apparently he's not doing this event.
Okay. Well, there we go. Next up, we're going to have Tristan Lee in lane 1 and Spencer Heiss.
Nice.
Like nice, but with an H.
That's right.
Right? Spencer Heiss in lane 2.
That's right. Oh, apparently if Tristan Lee and Spencer, yep. Tristan Lee, lane number 1, which will be left of screen. Lane number 2 will be right of screen.
So I see Damian Capadoni out there. You see Damian Capadoni out there on the left.
Okay, so maybe Spencer Heiss is not doing this event, so it seems.
And Tristan Lee on the right. Little departure from what our sheet says, but that's all right.
All right.
Not a big deal.
And Spencer is on right of screen. Pardon me. Tristan Lee is on right of screen in lane 2, and Damian is on left of screen in lane 1. It looks like we're getting our adjustment set in right now for the Viking press apparatus. Final adjustments.
Yeah, and these are just gonna, get harder and harder to adjust the height
And as the
the
weight just
athletes get into the heavier and heavier weights here. The spotters and loaders have to lift up that 285 to adjust the height. So that's going to be challenging. Judges are saying they're about ready.
Judges ready. Athletes ready.
So again, Damian Capadoni on the left, Tristan Lee on the right, and Tristan is off and taking some repetitions. Both
Capadoni getting in some good reps as well with the power jerk technique. Tristan just missing his first for the first time.
both athletes electing to face out. You can face in or out on this movement.
Capadoni just barely caught that with
Absolutely.
enough
Very
area
wise
to lock
to take
in.
a rest.
Yes. Tristan, I really think should take a moment here to rest. He's forcing reps that he's just not going to get. He needs to wait. Capadoni getting back in after a rest. Just nearly caught. Now, Capadoni's in a position where he's starting to catch the weight on its way down. He needs to drive it high and catch it even higher to ensure that the load doesn't force him back down and he misses.
It does make you wonder if he's just used to a certain, as you said, point of fixation.
Right.
And he's trying to get under it where he's used to getting under it, but he doesn't recognize that it's whipping down a little faster than normal.
Right. And I always tell athletes, never, ever think about getting under a weight when it comes to utilizing a power jerk or split jerk. It's never about getting under. It's about catching it at the point of fixation. So you're trying to catch it as high as you can by driving it as high as you can, and the weight will dictate the depth of your body. Never have the intention of getting under, because the moment athletes do that, they tend to then catch too low and throw off the rep.
Yeah, and for our more, we will say, experienced audience, I believe there's a couple different points of view on that, right? There's that point of view, which is you get under it at the point of fixation, wherever that may be. There's also the point of view that is like fixing the velocity, so you know where the point of fixation is. After this heat, what are some of the pros and cons of each of those?
Yeah, sure. Well, one is right and one is wrong, and I'll gladly get into why. All right, so we have a really fun heat here, and Tyler Buxton in lane number 1 and Melvin Mwamba in lane number 2. 285 pounds, 129.5 kilos, 4 reps.
All right.
Judges ready.
This is exciting.
Athletes ready. Set. Lift.
This is our second to last heat for the 105 kilo men. That's 231 pounds body weight. There's 285 in hand, and both athletes are racking up repetitions.
Melvin already got his first warning for almost going down before his judge gave him the down signal. And she's going to make him wait. Maren Murray is the best judge here, and she will make you wait.
Here we go, Tyler.
Good discipline from Melvin right there.
And athletes have 33 seconds remaining. Great pacing by both Tyler Buxton and Melvin Mwamba.
Tyler's having a little bit of a problem getting under it. Very wise for him to set it nice and low, though, so he doesn't clip the safety as he dips down. If they do clip that safety, that will be a no rep.
Right. And when
have to
Zach says
stand
safety, he's referring to the pin in which the weight starts on.
Yep.
8 seconds, Melvin.
It looks like both guys are a bit burned up. They only got about 4 seconds left.
Great job, Melvin Mwamba and Tyler Buxton. Great performance out of both athletes.
Yeah, that concludes that heat. We have one more heat of the Viking press for the 105 kilo men. That is Gabe Deal on the left in lane 1 and Jacob Ferry in lane 2 on the right.
Yeah, and you asked about stylistic approach of catching the weight, catching it at its peak versus catching it on its way down. Is that correct?
No, catching it at the point of fixation,
right.
Wherever the point of fixation may be,
right.
in just giving maximum drive and the variability of the point of fixation versus a tempo repetition with whatever weight you're using and catching it at the point of fixation.
Right. So
which will remain the same. So
basically, your goal is to always catch it as high as you drive it, and there are going to be times in which you put more energy into it versus others.
Yep.
You're not going to go 100% on a lighter load, but where you catch it will almost always stay the same until it's truly maximal, and that's because the weight dictated it, not because you had the intention of catching lower.
Absolutely.
That's how I like to go about it. But here we go. Jacob Fury, getting some great reps to start. Gabe as well following suit. Both gentlemen nearly identical in reps. Furry just being slightly ahead.
It is
Furry. His shirt says furry on the back.
Fury, I think.
Fury. I'm calling him Furry.
I like both of them,
Yeah.
Mr. Fury.
30 seconds.
Here we go.
Both gentlemen getting in some high quality reps here.
Who wants the point?
And it does look like there will be a pack of guys. About 4 guys fighting for second place.
Right. So far, the
in this
leading reps
movement.
is 18.
And I would say that Michael Montgomery is...
Safe.
Matthew Montgomery is safe in his 18 repetitions, 17, 18 repetitions.
Yeah.
Jacob Ferry looks very happy with his performance right there.
Yeah,
Little
both
celebration.
gentlemen did really well. So far in the lead, until we get their scores in, so far in the lead, we have Matthew Montgomery with 18 reps. Melvin Mwamba, so far, at least for now, is in 10th. Has 10 repetitions, so makes him second. But something tells me Jacob might have gone 11. So we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. We have the spotters and loaders
Changing some weight
tossing
now.
on a little bit more weight right
yeah.
there. It's going to be going up to 335 in hand. We have two of the heavyweight athletes coming out after we get some height changes. First one up is going to be in lane 1, Zach Stoughton. And second one up, or I should say first heat, in lane 2 is going to be Franklin Easton.
So close. So in the 105 division, top 3 for reps, we have Matthew Montgomery with 18 in first place. Second place, we have Jacob Ferry with 11. And in third, we have Melvin Mwamba with 10. And just behind Melvin, fourth, Gabe Deal with 9. So close. And those are the points now changed up. Jacob Ferry with 29.5, Melvin Mwamba with 23.5, and Gabe Deal getting back into the podium position with 22. But now, Monty, just behind podium. He went from 6th place to 4th. He's creeping. The boy's creeping, and his weakest events are gone. So we're going to see how this goes the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and we have that's actually that closed the gap tremendously. That was exactly what Monty needed to fight his way back up. And I would say this competition isn't over. As you said, a lot of points can be made up in a single event, and he just closed more than half the gap all the way up to first.
And here we've got our pro heavyweight men, Zach Stoughton in lane 1, and lane 2, Franklin Easton, 335 pounds, 152 kilos, 4 reps. Franklin doing a great job, modified power jerk.
Yeah, kind of dipping and driving and laying back.
Whereas Zach Stoughton is just big power shoulder press here.
Wow.
Now, unfortunately, Zach Stoughton had to pull out of the previous event to this, which was the deadlift, and at the end of day number 1. He did not do it, but he looks like he's healthy enough to complete in the Viking press.
Did you get a chance to hear what was going on with that?
I believe a little bit of a hamstring tweak, I believe.
All right, Franklin on the right side of the screen.
Franklin getting in a hard-earned rep there. Went for a rebound rep, decided to bail, give himself some rest. He's got 15 seconds remaining.
Yep, these guys are getting down to some short time. So both athletes giving it a go. Neither athlete catching that very last repetition.
Great battle there between Zach Stoughton and Franklin Easton at a 335 pounds, 152 kilo. It looks like Franklin Easton just took the lead there.
Very well done.
So in lane number 1 now, who do we got, Zach?
We got Christopher Olive in lane number 1 coming up, and Nathan Heddick in lane number 2. Again, 335 pounds in hand. Huge shout out to the spotters and loaders for adjusting these.
They're doing a great job here. There's going to be a lot of adjusting going on here. And you probably won't see much of the block that's been built for additional height for this class, as most of these men are generally over 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, a lot
and
of
not
tall
world's
guys
strongest
out here.
man 6'3", which is really 6'1" or 6 foot even. Real life 6'3" or 6'4".
Yeah, we will see how this heat goes. Any thoughts on this heat?
I think they're going to do great, and I hope everyone has a good time. So we have Christopher Olive in lane number 2, and we have Mr. Nathan Heddick in lane number 1.
Yeah, so we have Christopher Olive on the screen right now, giving a go, electing to face out, and Nathan Heddick electing to face in, but he just switched it around. Nathan on the right hand, Christopher on the left hand.
So far, I believe neither gentleman has gotten a rep. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah, both of them been going.
Where, honestly, I actually kind of think Olive should have used that platform. I'll be honest. Or picked lower.
Set really
or just
high.
I think he should have just picked from a much lower position. Because he's really getting no leg drive now.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. That's set really high. You can see where the bar is. It is almost at his clavicle. And you see a little bit of tightness in the shoulders that is suspending the bar upward, just a little bit above his clavicle. But even still, I would say that is set a bit too high for this kind of event.
Yeah, and I know Olive isn't, he's not notorious. He's only 25 years old. He's a young guy. He doesn't have quite the static strength of some of his seniors that are here. But that's a mistake that he'll learn from. Take a note. Okay, my pick was too high. Couldn't get the leg drive I wanted, and I'll never do it again.
Yeah, no, and You know, that's something I like to mention to athletes is you have, sometimes you have important lessons that come with very little cost, and sometimes you have very costly lessons that shouldn't quite cost that much, but either which way, they are lessons.
Right.
And the ones that don't cost a lot, that are really worthwhile, you got lucky. The ones that cost a lot, that were kind of simple, well, you're going to remember them really well.
Yeah, you will. So in lane number 1, we have Michael Strozas. In lane number 2, we have CJ Allen. Both athletes are 335 pounds on the bar, 152 kilos. CJ
Holy
Allen
cow.
crushing so far. Strozas getting his first quality rep there.
At the Rainier Classic 5.
And CJ Allen is just continuing to rep these out. I saw his judge, Lucas Hatton, say no to something. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, he said no the previous repetition he did not get because he brought it down before he got the down call.
So Allen's taking some time to rest. Strozas with a really strong lean back there. Almost got it. He's going to take a few moments to rest. 30 seconds for both these boys.
Yep, Michael on the left of the screen, CJ on the right of the screen. Very nice. A little bit of a tiny spot right there.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, he's going to press into it. Can he do it? Ooh.
Yeah. And that grip for CJ is actually quite narrow.
It is
for a
really narrow.
For a heavyweight.
Strozas just getting in an additional rep. Good for him.
Yeah, very well done by Michael. CJ, a little squat again.
Yeah.
And he got that last repetition. Well done, regrouping and coming back in and giving it a go. Very impressive. Next up, we're going to have Calvin Vaughn in lane 1 and Joel Alexander in lane 2.
So far, at least from what I can track, the leading reps are 6 reps, and that's a tie between Franklin and Zach Stoughton. That might change after the information's put in for this last heat that just went, but so far the leading reps is 6 apiece.
I am very excited to see Joel do this.
Yeah.
I mean, we have some massive pressers coming up as well, like Zachary Price later, Josh Hatfield, Brett Thompson. Dylan's pressing's been incredible. Cody Lindsay, you can never count that guy out.
Also, CJ Allen just took the lead with 8 reps.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I think the question for Joel is not necessarily can he press it,
it's
but
mobility.
Can he continue to keep pressing?
I think it's mobility.
Oh,
I do. Can he get his
position?
head through enough?
Oh, okay.
He's quite bound up. He's a big, powerful man. We'll see if he has the mobility for
He's
it.
got a nice wide grip. Oh,
okay,
my
so
goodness.
he's totally fine, and he's going to strict press. That's a hell of a way to go about this. And our boy...
And now he's incorporating a little bit of drive out of the feet, a little bit out of the knees.
Yep. Calvin hasn't gotten a rep yet. Joel Alexander is yet to sweat. This is phenomenal. This is phenomenal pressing.
We have a couple people in the building just staring in awe and laughing because that is a silly display of strength.
We potentially have a new leader in Joel Alexander so far. Calvin hasn't quite gotten a rep yet. I know he's working real hard over there. Joel has his first hard rep.
Yeah,
taking
very
time
wise
to rest.
To take a breath. Very wise. I would definitely suggest for him, I would wait till 10 seconds left.
He has 9 seconds now.
Oh, there we go. Now it's time to go. He's got his hips a little too far under on that repetition.
And he looks like he just fatigued. And you called it. It might be an element of fatigue that would stop him if anything else. So good job, Joel Alexander, in
very well
decimating the Viking press here.
That was super impressive. That was wild.
Unbelievable.
That was just silly shoulder and tricep strength. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's too much power. How dare you? What's going on over there?
And next up, we actually have the athlete that took first in the log yesterday, Zachary Price in lane 1, and then Bob Moyer in lane 2.
Honestly, you know what? It was a rumor online. You know what I read? I read that Joel got on a flight recently, went to the Ukraine, and laid down in a bunch of ash from Chernobyl and kind of bathed in it and rubbed a little bit, and then his shoulders absorbed all that nuclear power. And now he's here, pressing the world away.
I might be booking myself a ticket. That sounds like a good
pretty
time.
wild. Yeah, Chernobyl sounds sick right now, dude. I want those shoulder powers. All right, here we go. We've got Bob Moyer in lane 2 and Zachary Price, press god, in lane 1. So for reference, we're looking for 14 reps to win the event so far because Joel got 13.
Push jerk from Zach
2.
Price.
He's on 3.
Very wise. Very wise. Conserving energy from the start.
He's on 6.
And I'm curious.
He's on
I think
7.
he should take a little break, is my opinion right about here, because he knows what
He's at
number
9.
he needs to beat.
He's at 10. He doesn't need a break.
If he
He's at 11. He's at 12. He just tied for the lead at 13.
Wow.
And he won the event at 14 just now.
Holy cow. Will he keep going?
He's at 15.
I would take a break. Yep, good call.
That's unbelievable. He's already beaten Joel.
Holy cow.
Seconds left.
Wow.
Come on, Zach.
So I would, okay.
16.
Brings out a little bit of a splot, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't see it on the screen, but I saw it out of the corner of my eye.
8 seconds. One more, Zach. Come on, bud.
Unbelievable pressing performance by Zachary Price. So far, 16 reps by Zachary Price.
Reps.
Holy cow.
Zach Price.
Bob Moyer putting some points up on the board, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Unbelievable.
But Zach Price really
Unbelievable.
stealing that heat a bit.
I mean,
That was
let's not take
ridiculous.
away from Joel Alexander because that was still cartoonish.
Yeah,
Zach
both
Price
of them.
is just, he's just that guy when it comes to overhead.
And I think that is a bit of the, I think that really displays a little bit of what some technique and strategy can do.
Because Joel has the same propensity
Yeah.
for overhead power. He just chooses
absolutely.
a technique that, in terms of your max ceiling potential, that is way too high of a pick for Brett Thompson.
I would completely agree.
All right, guys.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Brett Thompson's pick is a bit high. We have Josh Hatfield on the left of the screen, Brett Thompson on the right hand of the screen. And we're going to see how this goes, though.
Okay.
See how it goes?
Brett really should have lowered that, but he's getting reps.
Yep. That is one of the most shallow dips I've seen.
As
but hey,
his
that
coach,
works.
it's driving me insane right now.
Josh is
But
racking up some repetitions. Brett is racking up some repetitions.
Brett's doing the thing.
Let's go.
He's at 8. He's at 9 so far.
Very
How
well
I
done.
don't understand. He's at 10.
Wow, yeah. So we got some really good pressers in this field.
Here we go, Brett. Come on, Ab.
Now this is where anything over 10 is going to create such an interesting.
Yeah, got to take a breath at this point. I would wait until about 5 seconds. And there's one more for Josh. That could be a very valuable repetition that he just completed. Brett Thompson good for one more.
So it looks
And
like
time is
11.
coming up. And that's time.
11 reps for Brett Thompson. Fantastic work, Brett. And so far, that puts him in 3rd place for the event.
Which is just crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
that is
Unbelievable.
very near, that's very impressive. Next up, our last heat, we're going to have Dylan Thompson in lane 1, Cody Lindsay in lane 2. That's Dylan Thompson on the left of the screen, Cody Lindsay on the right of the screen. 335 in
Josh?
hand.
Oh, I accidentally messed with the scorecard. That was an accident. Fixed it.
All right, these athletes are getting ready.
So athletes are getting nice and lined up. Decent pick heights. I personally would have said maybe one lower for both of them. But both these athletes are very strong on the shoulders, very proficient.
Yep, I'd agree with you.
And Hatfield with 8 reps, by the way. That's big for him.
That is excellent. I think that
Here we
separates
go.
him from a couple other people. Might be a tie with one other person.
Oh, Cody Lindsay is looking a little lightheaded. Dylan doing a good job getting reps. Cody Lindsay getting his first real rep.
Got Dylan taking a break. Cody pushing.
Cody looks
He's
a
got
little
points on the
lightheaded
board.
right now, which is such a shame because he's such a good position in the show. He's looking lightheaded. Dylan's getting some quality reps as well. He's sticking to his good technique. Good push pressing there by Dylan. Very good. Cody's back in it. Good for Cody for coming back.
Yeah, and Dylan has really improved his overhead press. He's reverting back to more of a push press.
Yep. Cody going for the split jerk technique as a last effort ditch. Dylan going in one more. Great push press by Dylan. Phenomenal push press by Cody. Great job by both of them.
So he really needs to drive and get under the bar. Dylan, if he wants one more repetition.
Great work. Okay, great work by both gentlemen.
Very well done.
And, Cody, you could tell coming on in, he was very lightheaded at one point, but then recomposed himself, got his energy back, and got some reps. He really pulled on through. And we'll look at the scoreboard in just a moment and see what both those gentlemen got. But I'm generally impressed by Cody and Dylan there.
Dylan
with great
has made
composure.
some massive strides in his overhead press.
He
That
really
is
has.
super impressive. I mean, I think that he could be looking at potentially third or fourth place. in that
Maybe
event.
better. We'll see. Cody Lindsay got 4 repetitions after being quite lightheaded, so good for him for coming back around.
Yeah, and that is enough to jump up
Right.
a good amount.
Right, exactly. And then for Dylan, once that number's put in, we'll share that. But what performance stands out for you as we wait for these scores? What kind of really stood out for you there?
This is going to come off as very biased, but Dylan Thompson's performance was really impressive.
Yeah, it was
to me. I've just
great. It was very good.
I've seen how much he's grown.
He got 10 reps. Dylan got 10. That's great.
That's really,
great.
really
So
impressive.
it put him in 4th in the event.
That is
amazing.
a really good placing for him, especially in such a stacked field.
We have our points right there on the show. Right
Yeah,
there.
the other 2 athletes that stood out in that one were obviously Joel. He literally strict pressed several of those
8 of
repetitions.
them, possibly?
And that's just an egregious display of strength.
Yeah.
But of course, Zach Price with that gorgeous start to finish, one go, taking first, and then coming back and just going to chip away a couple more reps.
So in first place, before we end the stream quickly for the next event, in first place we have Zachary Price with 50 points. Second place, Dylan Thompson, 47. And in third place, Brett Thompson with 45.5. But this show ain't over. We have 2 more events, guys, coming up soon. Thank you so much for tuning in. Big shout out to Dungeon Strength for being one of our main sponsors, Mountain Heating and Cooling, Jack Squat Supplements, Puget Sound Pizza, Cerber Strength, and EPH Hay Bales. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Come back in about 5 to 10 minutes where event 2 is starting up.
All right, we'll see you then.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the second event of the day, opening up with the 73 kilos women division. We're calling this bad boy the IFSA medley. So what the ladies get to do today, they get to run a 505-pound yoke into 200-pound farmers per hand, and then finally to finishing off the medley with the 231-pound IFSA block for a carry. 40 feet. So everything's 40 feet, 40 feet, 40 feet.
40,
Now,
40,
this
40.
is quite exciting, this event in particular, because these ladies get to touch the infamous IFSA equipment. We're going to go one lane at a time. Bailey Packer will go first. She's going to get a little bit of chalk on the hands. She don't need to rush. She's good. And, yeah, this is a very exciting event because that block is going to present an incredible challenge for these athletes.
Yeah, and it looks like she's starting to line up, getting ready. Judge is nodding that she's ready. And here we go.
90 seconds. Let's go for out.
All right, Bailey off with a great pick. Already moving nice and steady with that 505-pound yoke and the 73 kilo. That's 160 pounds, by the way. 505 on her back. Nice and
nice.
smooth.
200 pounds each hand. On the
200 bones a hand. You wouldn't be able to tell by that pick because that looked very strong.
Very solid. Did not require a lot of time to set up on
No.
that. Just kind of,
No, Bailey's got them hands.
yeah, got straight down into position and immediately rolled over into the farmer's walk. Excellent work. And
Now,
then
this
this
is where
block.
patience is required, right?
So these blocks are solid aluminum, and I know that at home you're thinking aluminum's light. Well, when there's that much aluminum and
Yeah.
it's solid, it is not light. This block is the weight of our middleweight men competing today.
Oh, great pick by Bailey. Getting it to the lap. That right there is an accomplishment in and of itself. Can she get it on top of her belt and go for the run?
It's 231
And she
pounds.
does. She's got it. She's going for it now. She's got to lean back and stay steady.
Yeah, she got to keep moving.
Smart
You can see her
move.
smiling.
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
She knows that
She
she's
knows
got a
she's
real
got
good chance
this.
finishing this.
And she was smart. She got it on her belt to then carry and drops and finishes the
Very well
event.
done.
Good for
Very well
Bailey
done.
Packer. What a wonderful display of grit and, frankly, consistency. That whole thing was 1, 2, 3. There was no fat on that steak. Very clean, Bailey.
I completely agree. At no point did she overclock. At no point did she rush too much. She had to keep the cadence nice and smooth with the yoke and with the farmers in order to then set herself up really well for that block carry.
Exactly. Great work by Bailey Packer. So we have one other athlete left in this division. That would be Sarah Johnson. And Sarah, oh boy.
Man, that is
That boy
heavy.
is
We
heavy.
could
If y'all
feel
heard
that.
that,
We could feel that
that's
shake the ground when it got
231
flopped
pounds of
over.
aluminum.
Oh,
There you
man.
go, buddy. Got some room.
Thank
you. Yeah.
I just want to get close to you, bro.
Hey, dude, it's cool, man. I get it. I want to get close to me, too.
All right. Sarah Johnson coming up next for the IFSA medley.
Shout out to Mountain Heating and Cooling for sponsoring the competition today. Also, big shout out to Dungeon Strength for providing a lot of the tools and equipment that we're using right now for this event.
Absolutely.
And Maverick Sports Rehab for keeping our athletes together, baby.
I was going to say, you noticed something
look at
different
this
about me? You noticed
beautiful
something
hat you
different?
got
Oh,
on.
yeah.
Dungeon Strength. Handsome man.
Yeah, you can get some sweatshirts, shirts, you can get sweatpants, you can get a hat like this one if you want over
Oh,
at
yeah.
the booth right over there.
Come to
Some
the
of the
booth.
gorgeous shirts available.
Come to the booth.
Yeah.
All right, so next we got Sarah Johnson. Bit of a minimalist when it comes to equipment. Real light sleeve, knee sleeves on, and just a belt. She's getting ready for this 505-pound yoke run.
All right.
Here we go. Sarah's up and at it. Nice and smooth. Pretty fast feed here. Not bad.
Yep, nice and smooth. She just knows she needs to be efficient, smooth, keep it nice.
And she's
and
going
calm.
right into those farmers. She's not playing. Oh,
Very
Sarah's
nice
going
stuff.
for a sprint, baby.
Yep, so I would say that she is in the lead at this point.
Oh,
she
yeah.
just really needs to
And she's going to crush
give
this
herself
pick.
a second, make sure she picks this right.
And she's going nice and deep. Driving up
agree.
already. Look at that
That's the
easy
way to
pick.
do it.
Sarah's going to pop it up to the belt and
Gotta
go for
squeeze it
a
and
run.
just move.
And there she
Yep.
goes.
Now she's got to temper her body angle.
Sarah
And
Johnson
that's
with
a wrap.
perfection and holds it for the crowd on
For a
top
second,
of
I
the
thought she
box.
was going to do a squat.
I thought so too. That'd been really cool if she did that. But she done smoked it pretty good. Sarah Johnson, super proud of you, bud.
Oh, wow.
Way to
No, that
go.
was an excellent display right there. That was fantastic.
Yeah, way to go, Sarah.
Both of those athletes just
They-
so impressive with that 231-pound block. It's smooth. It's kind of slick. It's not very easy to handle.
Right.
And they only weigh 160 pounds.
And you know what? You know what kind of bums me out a little bit about only two of them being in the pro class right now for the women's 160. I genuinely don't think, if let's say there was 8 160s here right now in the pro division, I don't know if those two would have been outside of the top 3, regardless of who were here, because they both were incredibly efficient. There was no fat, there's no mistakes, no like slight stutter steps on this, that, the other. Both were fantastic. Sarah just happened to be a little faster, but Bailey was equally, I would say, technically impressive.
Yeah. No, wildly impressive from both athletes. I think they both got what they could out of that event.
Right.
They both performed excellent. But next up, we have the open women.
Oh, yeah. So they're doing the exact same event, using the Rogue Yoke, using these Dungeon Strength branded farmers. However, they're not going to use the 105 kilo block, which is 231 pounds. They're going to use the 115 kilo block, which is 253 pounds.
Very nice.
Just same, but heavy, baby. So their yoke will be 545. Farmers will be 230 per hand, which is a very decent weight for farmers. And then again, a 253-pound block.
That's fantastic. Our first athlete up is going to be Taylor Gresovich.
Yep.
She's just in the center of the screen right now.
She was just inspecting her
the farmers. Very
And why would an
wise.
athlete do that, homie? Why would they go and look at the farmers?
Got to make sure they're right for you. Got to make sure you got everything just right the way that you want, especially if you're planning on transitioning from a yoke into the farmers really swiftly. You want to make sure that they're not all cattywampus, that they're not turned in or out.
Cattywampus, he says. Look at that. I like
Cattywampus.
that. I like that. That's a good one.
And so Taylor's lining up here, looking at the yoke.
All right, Taylor's getting. Athletes are allowed to start under the yoke. Here we go, and she's up and at it. Come on, Taylor Gretzer.
Here she goes.
Now, Taylor seemingly is opting for a slightly wider stance with her approach and going for the yoke. She might find that she's feeling more stable in that position, or maybe that's where her musculature is stronger in a wider stance, so maybe she has stronger hips versus quads.
Yep.
Some athletes would be more narrow to generate speed, but it really just depends on where you're strong in the lower body.
Absolutely. And, we can talk a little bit in depth about, even the individual's pelvis shape and propensity for strength in different positions. But realistically, if that is, odds are, this is a very experienced athlete. Odds are she's experimented with all kinds of different foot placings and step styles. That probably is works best for her body.
And she just finished a 230 per hand, by the way, farmers for 40 feet. So now we're at the 253 block. Oh, here we go. What a beautiful pick. Great job by Taylor. Now she needs to get her hands low. It's going to be very difficult hugging from that position. She's got to get her hands low. Oh, this will be difficult. Don't drop it, buddy.
That is a really tough
she's
start.
gritty. Taylor is strong. That is a gritty performance. What a wonderful display of strength here by Taylor. Wow.
Well done.
She had no right finishing that, and she totally did. Amazing. That is just a stupid strong individual.
Absolutely. Especially with those first couple steps. Those first couple steps, you can see her shoulders are really far in front of the hips. The weight was in front of her hips, and it was going to create a lot of strain on the posterior chain. She was about to lose control of the implement and let it go. And she just pressed the hips in, leaned the shoulders back a bit, and saved that.
Unbelievable talent. What an incredible display of grit. Great job, Taylor Gresovich. All right, next on up, we will have Tara Simonson. Taylor Doxey. Taylor Doxey, another Taylor. Up next, Taylor Doxey again is an incredibly proficient mover. She's incredible at the moving events. I'm excited to see how she goes about this block. I know she was a little nervous about it, but she trained well using the Mauser block to kind of simulate the action here. Again, for those watching, you can see it on screen, but I'll repeat it anyway. A 545-pound yoke, a 230-pound farmer per hand, and a 253-pound or 115-kilo IFSA block made of pure aluminum from a factory in Reykjavik. And no, I'm not joking.
Here we go.
Here we go, Taylor Doxey. Oh, a beautiful pick from Taylor Doxey.
Very good start. A bit more narrow stance.
Right. I think it allows for greater speed. Ultimately, Taylor seems to be proficient in her quad strength, so it allows for that position.
Absolutely.
But Taylor is very good at farmer. She's very strong hands, and she's going right into that. So at this point, she's just ahead of Taylor Gresovich, who went prior to her. slow and steady. Eyes are focused and forward. I love that.
Looks very composed. Does not look like that's tough for her at all.
Taylor is a literal pro when it comes to the sport, but she's so meticulous, so careful about her positions. Beautiful pick by Taylor.
Awesome work. Now she's just positioning right. She's going to squeeze nice and
No,
tight.
don't drop, don't drop. Ooh, it's getting close.
That's
She's
a
got to
tough
pick with her
position.
hands going down. Hands down. Just start
Savage
waddling.
in
Fuck
trouble.
it. Just waddle, bud. There you go, Taylor.
That is
Way
a good way
to
to
improvise.
Do that. Yep.
She's
getting
making
the
it happen.
distance.
And
It
it just
looks
goes to
pretty
show you.
stable.
It just goes to show you just how impressive Taylor Gretzovich was in the previous heat. But Taylor Doxey still might be ahead here because her Farmers is blisteringly fast. Here she goes, holding strong. Taylor Doxey finishing up strong, and she gets it. Now
Very
that's going to
well
be
done.
close. That will be very close.
And so I think the crowd at home got a really good opportunity to see one of the most challenging things about this run is that block. That block is very, I know I mentioned it before, but it's very smooth. It is very unruly, and there's just nothing to grab onto, really. There's nothing to grab onto and hold it to your torso very well. So she elected to keep it on the thighs, get her hands around it, and really squeeze.
Now, what I would say if I was coaching Taylor, buddy, sit down a little lower. Hands go around at a low angle. Get underneath the lip and start carrying, buddy. Because she has such incredibly long arms. She could have done that. But in the moment, she's never touched this implement. She doesn't know. So she made the most of what she could do, which is like, you know what? I'm gritty. I'm going to get this done one way or another. And she did.
I completely agree with you. Yeah, I would have suggested the same technical move, but I think she adjusted in the moment incredibly well. I don't think she planned to do that. She was trying to go with a different technique, and then on the fly, she said, you know what, I just need to get some distance.
Yep.
I'm going to hold it like this. And that was a fantastic in-the-moment kind of decision. Next up, we have Tara Simonson.
Here
Very
we go,
smooth
Tara.
pick, very smooth walk. This is the
Beautiful
smoothest
yoke.
we've seen so far.
Very good yoke so far. Let's see how she transitions to these Farmers. I hope she has chalk on her hands. I almost said tack. Here we go. Beautifully vertical torso.
Taking a second to
There
get
she
all
goes.
set. She picked it up so easily.
Wonderful pick. Her hands are strong. She can finish this. She needs to keep her eyes straight ahead, but her torso positioning is perfect.
Very well done.
Well,
There's
here we
the
go.
Farmers.
This is the event now. This is the party. She's deciding to take the belt off. I think that was a mistake. I think she could have rested it on top of the belt.
It'll be interesting. I'm curious to see how this goes.
She needs to get her hands a little more forward. A little more forward.
And it's into the
She's
lap.
climbing the lap.
She needs to walk it up the thighs.
Oh, she's just
She
going
really
from the waddle
needs to
from
get it
there.
higher. Higher in the lap would be really good.
Oh, that belt would have been so opportune right now to rest it on top of.
And she's really got to get that higher on the thighs. The closer it is to the
She
knees,
is working
the harder
hard.
it is on the hip flexors.
Oh, watch her. Oh my goodness, she needs to watch her feet.
Yup.
It's going to be incredibly difficult now, considering the weight of the implement is flat on the floor, but she can do it. She can wiggle. She can do it. She's opting to stop. You know, great performance from Tara Simonson.
And so there might have
Holy
been,
goodness.
that was a fantastic performance. I will say there might have been a tiny little mistake right there at the end. She stood it up, which actually removed a couple feet from her distance. It removed about a foot from her distance. So I'm curious if the judge will go to the furthest point or just to the front of the implement. So she removed about a foot.
It looks like they're going from where it's sitting.
Yeah, so she actually stood it back up towards the start line.
That was a mistake.
That was a little bit of an upsie, but that's okay. That's okay.
Hey,
We learned.
sports, baby. We're learning.
Yep.
We're learning.
That was still a fantastic performance. I mean, that was with the way that she approached the Farmers and she grabbed them and she started to pump down and then she took the pressure off. I was concerned if she was going to pick him up or not.
Right.
Because I thought she gave it a go.
Mm-hmm.
But she just decided to take an extra breath and then get in position and then popped him up so easy. I thought to myself, why is she even give the second pump? Like, that's so easy for her.
I'll be perfectly honest. I think if she kept her power belt on and wore it really low, she could have built the belt on top of it and ran. Just like you saw both the 73-kilo athletes do. They both took advantage of their equipment and didn't have to use their body to run, just equipment.
Very possibly.
And if there's no rules against it, use it.
Yeah, very possibly.
All right, so
here
far
we
in the
go.
lead is Taylor Doxey with 65.2 seconds. But we have our next athlete out here in Casey Croy, who's been fantastically strong this whole competition. Here we go, Casey Croy.
Very swift start, a little bit of swinging back and forth. She's maintaining her cadence in her step, which smooths it out.
Opting for very shallow, very quick steps, Casey. Gets the yoke done proficiently.
Very nice. That might be the fastest yoke so far.
All right, right into the farmer. She seems confident. Now she's picking up a little more speed in comparison to her yoke. Great run here by Casey.
Nice and smooth. This might be the fastest run through this so far.
I think so too. She's going to take off those wrist wraps because she knows she ultimately needs more wrist flexion in order to pick up that block.
Yep. And oftentimes equipment can actually really hinder the contact between a
Great
piece
pick.
of an equipment and
Great
the
pick.
body.
Hands underneath like we were talking about.
Yep.
And
Very
she's moving
nice.
back. Now that, if you can't get it to your belt, this is the second best option. Hands underneath, squeezing in tight. Phenomenal run so far by Casey Croy.
This could be the winning time
I
so
believe
far.
it is so far, at
It's the
least.
lead
Oh,
time.
goodness gracious.
You can see the inertia behind that 250 odd some pound
Yeah.
block that just kept rolling.
Yeah.
That was
Great.
very impressive. We only have one more athlete in the open women, so the question is anyone going to beat that last run? Because I think that's probably the leading time right now.
I think that's definitely the fastest time so far, and we'll find out in a few moments once it's scored in. But it's a safe estimate that it was 65 seconds or less, I would say.
Yeah, that was very swift. But we got Jamie Booker next.
Who's been basically destroying the show the whole weekend.
She has been very dominant this
so
weekend
well
so far.
Yeah, so Casey Croy got that accomplished in 54.15 seconds, in the lead by just over 10 seconds over Taylor Doxey, who's currently in second. Phenomenal display
very
of
impressive
technique on that run by Casey Croy. Here we go. Jamie Booker getting nice and set. That is an incredibly tall yoke height.
Absolutely,
She's an
and it's
incredibly tall
almost.
person.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's almost. I don't think it's too low for her, but that is as low as I would suggest
Yeah.
for an athlete proportionally on her body. So that's
Here she
fantastic.
is.
Let's see how this goes.
And
Very
Jamie
strong start. That's
is
the
running
fastest yoke we've
quick.
seen. That is very swift. Very, very swift. All the way over the line. No slide penalty, of course.
I'd imagine she has incredibly strong hands. Her hands are impossibly
Definitely
large.
does. Yeah, they're definitely very tough hands. And here is the separator. Hopefully that didn't hurt her ankle. I saw
yeah,
that
she
drop.
be careful.
I saw
Okay.
that drop and hit her in the leg pretty good.
Good technique here. She's being patient, which I love, being mindful of the situation.
Wow, she just plucked that right up. If she can grab
Okay.
the front.
Hands under.
Yep.
And she's off.
Yeah, this is current. She just has to hold on for another 10 feet, and it's good. And control.
Thank you,
What a
Jamie. Way to
thoughtful-
be in control.
what
Very
a
mindful.
thoughtful gesture.
Yeah. What a fantastic display of power, grit, and technique out of Jamie. Her composure, I would say.
I'm just in a little bit of shock. I'm just
Yeah,
like, wow.
Her composure is beyond her years in
Yeah.
terms of competitiveness, at least within
Absolutely.
strong women. And you know, who knows? I think she might come from another sporting background, probably basketball, because I know basketball. Her parents played that, but that was a great display of athletic awareness and composure. So good job, Jamie Booker.
That was incredibly
and
impressive.
definitely winning that event.
Yeah, next up we're going to be switching over to our 105 men, and we're going to be switching. Will we be switching equipment for this one?
We will. We
Yeah,
will
so
indeed.
we
You want
have
to
a
tell
little
them
bit
what's
of-
special about this?
I'm not sure.
We are. We're switching to the IFSA Farmers.
IFSA Farmers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of extra time here, but yeah, we're switching the 105 kilo men's class. That's 231 pounds body weight. We will be bringing out the IFSA Farmers. These are the same farmers that you saw in the IFSA World Championships in the early, mid, and late 2000s. They are very challenging. Now, I want you to remember what those other farmers look like here. They're a little bit more narrow, nothing dragging on the thigh really. And take a look at these farmers, these silver things on the right side of the screen, as well as the shield right there. Those big silver cylinders, those are going to be dragging on the athlete's thighs and really trying to break the hands open as these athletes are moving. It's going to be really challenging for athletes to establish a rhythm and also to squeeze those handles and keep moving. So this will be a much more grueling event, I think, start to finish, even than the previous one, because there's a couple additional equipment challenges.
Right, you know, having not only ifs. Oh, Lucas Hatton dropping the shield. That is incredibly difficult to reset.
Yeah, so hopefully they can get the what's it
Oh,
called?
Ryan Terry just has mittens. Never
Yeah,
mind.
there we go. And say hopefully they could get the hand cart underneath it and then just lever it up. But sometimes
Right,
you got to
so
get creative, and sometimes you just got to be strong.
I need you to tell people why the IFSA farmers, and maybe more focused on the shield, is just so freaking hard. And the weights, by the way, quickly, 700-pound yoke, 265 a hand, which is, by the way, it's actually 264 a hand, not 265, 264, because it's 120 kilo on the dot, empty. And then 400-pound IFSA block. But why is that block in particular so challenging?
I talked a little bit about the farmers. They're going to be pushing the handles out from the sides, going to be dragging on the thighs. Really challenging because it's going to be just above the knees. It's going to wreak a ton of havoc on the hips. But the shield in particular, like you said, is going to be very, very challenging. What we're going to be seeing is some athletes trying all kinds of different techniques to pick this thing up. It is slick, it is heavy, and particularly the center of mass is high. In the orientation that it's in right now, the center of mass is really high. So a lot of athletes are going to try to come underneath it and pick it up. And it's going to want to roll forward directly out of their arms. I think we're going to see a couple athletes tilt it and pick it up. And we're probably going to see some athletes even kind of turn it over and pick it up from different directions. I think that we're going to see a couple more techniques that are particularly effective.
I think so as well.
And, but also, that will be the huge defining factor of who places where, is how far they get with the shield.
This entire show for both the men's 105 Pro show and open men's show, because things are relatively close actually very close in the open show, but a little less close in the 105s. Either way, the whole show will be determined by the shield. And in contest, the shield is actually, as far as I'm aware, has never been picked from the floor. Even back in IFSA World Championships, it was on blocks because it's so low and so difficult. This is a new challenge that is
in competition.
In competition.
Okay.
Right.
Great job by Alice right there, cleaning off the runway for the athletes who don't want any debris right there, potentially causing a tripping hazard or slipping. Slipping with 265 pounds, 264 pounds in each hand, that sounds like a bad time.
Yeah, 120 kilos, that's a lot in the mittens, brother. And especially when you're running around with essentially is a steel wooden, almost a steel log, if you will. Arguably one of the hardest farmer variations ever made for competition. This will be the hardest test of grip I can almost guarantee for any of these 105s competing right now. These farmers are uniquely difficult.
They really are. I've only seen one or two farmers' implements that were more, having touched a lot of different farmers' implements in my day, I've only seen one or two that were a bit more challenging than this. This is certainly top 3 that I've seen in the last 20 years.
Sure.
And they are very, very challenging. But what's also really cool about these is they've been touched and, they've been competed with by some of the absolute greatest of all time in the sport.
The greatest of all time, right?
Yeah.
If you think about it.
I mean, people will want to fight about
That's
me.
true.
But and hey, that's cool. Blow up the comments. But I would agree the greatest of all time in strongman. Who would you say? Who would you say the greatest of all time?
Regardless of weight class?
Regardless of weight class.
Oh, goodness.
Actually, no. Let's just keep it heavyweights because the knowledge of the non-heavyweight classes is so scarce.
That's fair.
I'm going to say heavyweight men.
It's Zadrunas. It's for sure Zadrunas.
I completely agree with you, and I wish I disagreed because it would be kind of fun to have like a little argument here. And
now what I would say is he is the GOAT, but the best strongman ever is Mitchell Hooper. Here we go.
Okay, well, here we go.
Here we go. Tristan Lee
up first.
700-pound yoke. Looking very strong. Looking quite powerful right now. Tristan is a very good athlete. Now, I'm hoping that Tristan takes his time on these farmers. Don't rush, buddy.
He's got strong hands, I'll tell you what.
Well, let me tell you.
And that does not reflect how challenging that is, but you can see the instability.
Incredible. Oh,
so there's a little bit of a drop. That's okay. You can drop in this distance. You just have to pick it up and carry it all the way over. These athletes have to run back now.
This is where he needs to slow down and take his time. He's flipping it upside down. This is the technique.
Yep. So I will say this will be the most common technique. I think we're going to see 2 or 3 different ways of picking it and carrying it in this upside down.
Oh, now Tristan's going to start waddling.
Yep.
He's got this. He needs to just stick with it. He can accomplish this.
Yeah.
He can do it.
He's got fantastic body position. Notice his shoulders are behind the hips. The weight is really close to the hips, keeping it over the center of his mass.
Tristan is doing a masterful performance here.
Really good body angle.
Finish it, buddy. He's there.
Drop it.
He's there.
Just commit. Very well done. Collapsing over the finish line. That is a hell of an opening run.
Unbelievable.
There was a lot of conversation if anyone would finish that.
Unbelievable. I don't think people understand how hard that was.
I think they're going to find out because there was a lot of conversation of if anyone would finish this medley, and the first person out finished it.
Guys, all of you watching this stream, that weight of the IFSA block is the exact same weight we're going to see in the open men just after this in the pro division. Many of them will not do what Tristan just did. Many of them will not do it. Yeah. That was profoundly awesome.
Yeah, and Tristan is a really strong athlete as well. I will say he's over a 400-pound stone loader, like wildly strong hands. Yeah. This event, really good event for him.
Brilliant display of athletic prowess by Tristan Lee. Such a good job.
Very well done.
Another
Very
dungeon
impressive.
boy. We're proud of him.
Yeah. Next up, we're looking at Tyler Buxton in lane 1 and Damian Capadoni in lane 2. Lane 1 appearing to be the closer lane to the screen. Lane 2, the far lane in the screen. Again, 700 pounds on the yoke, picking it up, giving it a jaunt down the field, 40 foot. Then, is it on the same side? No, it's on the opposite side. So then they're going to turn around, grab the farmers, 264 per hand. 30 pounds over body weight per hand. Very difficult implements. Can't stress that enough. Then they're going to finish that 40-foot carry, run back 40 feet, grab this 400-pound shield that is solid aluminum. And I actually think that there might be a little bit of steel in the core of that. Is that right?
In these IFSA blocks?
Yes.
There's something that moves around in it. I can tell you that. I couldn't tell you what it's made of.
It might be lead shot.
I've felt it. It's not loose. It's like a brick of something that moves.
No, you can feel that. It's like a little, but it feels particularly heavy.
Yeah, and it's not center either.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like aluminum. It's not an evenly dispersed thing, but here we go.
All right, we have Tyler Buxton and Damian Capadoni. Let's go, boys.
And both athletes.
Tyler with a very good pace on that yoke.
Yep, and it's not who can finish the yoke the fastest. It's not who can finish through the farmers the fastest. It's who can finish the entire thing the fastest.
Capadoni being very measured in his approach, taking his time. Tyler Buxton already halfway done with the farmers.
And you can see it starting to turn on Tyler, but he gets it the whole way. He has a fantastic pace going. Damian.
Now Tyler's also opting
very solid. You can see the farmer starting to overturn on him on the back, especially that left hand is starting to turn back on him.
Right, Mr. Really Buxton going for that Zercher run now. He's doing it.
And Buxton is starting to slow down a little bit. He's got to stay tough. He's got to really want it right now.
He's got hard.
30. And that is tough to pick it and then set it back down.
Now, at this point, if I was him, I wouldn't Zercher again. He probably doesn't have the energy. But what I would do, never mind.
Here he goes.
I would grab it by just the handles and just march.
He's got to finish this up if he wants a chance.
He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. Oh, he's done. There's no way he can get it now.
I was going to say, one of the things they want to pay attention to is not laying it down flat, because once it's laid down flat, it is going to be very challenging to pick up.
Yep.
Very, very challenging. You can see him shaking his head just saying, that's all I got. And that's how it goes sometimes. Damian
But you know what? That's more of what I expected, and that's incredible still. Damian's out here. Oh, he got the pick. Get over the line, Damian.
Yep. He picked
Good
it up.
job, Capadoni.
I'd let it fall forward if I were him. Just let it fall.
No, put it upright. Make it easier for the loaders.
I would have let it fall. Gain another about 2 feet.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like
Gain
throw
another 2
it.
feet on that.
Yeah.
Yep. Try to get even a little bounce, a little extra couple inches.
Yeah, that's true. That's why you're a pro. That's why you're a pro. You think of these things.
All right. That was a fun heat, and I feel like that is a better representation of what we were expecting to see.
Yes, I think so,
and both of those athletes are very good athletes.
Yes.
And so that really puts into perspective what Tristan Lee did when he came out here solo and was like, hey, how about I just half-court shot style?
Yeah. How about I just whoop some ass right now?
Yeah. Holy cow.
How about I do that?
Next up, we are going to see a current lightweight pro, Gabe Deal in lane 1.
A middleweight pro.
Oh, sorry, middleweight. Sorry,
you're old school, buddy. But we were the lightweights at 231.
Yeah. And then
so
Melvin Mwamba in lane 2.
What is it, 1996, baby? We don't call 105s lightweight. We don't even call them middleweights anymore. They're 105s.
Oh, man.
So I forgive you, Grandpa.
So many weight classes.
Oh, is all 4 of it hard for you to remember? All 4 of them?
Yeah. It really is. It really is, because there's only one that matters.
Oh, is it the one in your heart? Is it that one?
Yes.
The one in your
Actually,
heart?
I can't really say that. I'm a coach first, and then I'm an athlete.
Yeah.
I'm a coach that competes occasionally.
Yeah. You only win sometimes.
All right.
Get a nice little reset. Now, fortunately, because of where the athletes finish, we can kind of make the resites a little bit of an expedited situation here. So, the shields will go over where they were brought to. The farmers will stay over there, and nice little reset.
Fantastic. So, again, Gabe Deal in lane 1 and Melvin Mwamba in lane 2. Gabe Deal, I believe, is the currently the only official pro in this division.
Yes, sir. That is correct. Yes, sir.
And so the top finishing amateur within the 105s will receive their pro card.
Yes, sir.
Pro card is a special designation. It used to qualify you for certain higher level competitions and put you on the fast track to international competition when they did occur. But much anymore, it is just a distinction. It is more of a feather in the cap than anything else. So the guys really do want to fight for that. Here we go. Gabe Deal lane 1, Melvin Mwamba lane 2.
And we're off. Both gentlemen looking quite comfortable here.
Both guys moving.
Nearly
great,
equal pacing.
Very nice. Gorgeous.
Melvin's about to grip and
Straight
rip.
to the farmers.
Wow,
Very
Melvin's
smooth.
off fast. Gabe, a little bit of a swing here.
Yep, Gabe catching the
Gabe
front.
caught
He's
the
really
front. Melvin crushed that.
And that's going to be a very costly mistake for Gabe, because that is a couple extra picks and a lot of extra strain on the midline.
Melvin already onto the IFSA shield. He needs to go now.
He's got all the ability to do this.
Come on, Melvin. Pick it and rip it, brother. Let's go.
Very wise. Here he goes. I think he's going to finish this up.
Melvin needs to slow down.
Tough.
Stay
He's
steady.
Stay tough and nice and steady. Nice
Oh, and Gabe
steady.
Deal's picking up the pace.
And
Gabe
it's
coming
neck and
back.
neck. Gabe Deal.
This is incredible.
Showing why
Gabe
he
showing
is
he's
a
a pro.
pro.
He is.
Yep.
Here we go.
He gathered himself back up. Melvin's got to keep moving.
And he gets it.
Gabe very wisely leaping towards the line, finishing up.
Melvin needs to finish
Really
this
want it.
for his goals to be accomplished.
Yep, he really needs to finish this up. It's going to differentiate a lot. And if he doesn't finish it, he needs to drop it forward. Come on.
Come on, Melvin Mwamba. You can do this, buddy.
Yep.
All right. Great
Very
heart
good.
and grit out of Melvin Mwamba. And what a way to
Excellent
come
effort.
back from the back from Gabe Deal. He was behind Melvin considerably.
Very impressive.
Came back and showed why he is, in fact, a pro.
Zero quit. Zero quit.
And I was going to say as well, the pro card does give access to America's Strongest Man, the pro national title for all athletes that get it. So that is-
It does give them immediate access, but there's also a couple. If someone finishes really, really well, I will say I've seen a couple amateur athletes within the America's Strongest Man competitions.
yeah, it happened 3 years ago. Last 2 years,
I
they
believe
haven't
last
done
year
that.
as well.
If it happened, I'm unaware of it.
Okay. Well, either which way, the athletes are duking it out for this pro card, because at the very least, it is a high honor.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a recognition that you are truly one of the best of your craft. So we have the IFSA shield getting popped up on that dolly. Thank goodness for dollies.
Dude, dollies are sick. Dollies, S tier.
Yes,
S tier item.
S-tier.
S tier item.
S+.
S plus item, dude. Straight
You,
goat.
U tier.
Yeah.
Straight up.
We'll have dollies in this sport.
Oh yeah.
All right, getting things nice and situated again. And for those again watching, again, that was a 725-pound yoke, a 264 per hand, 120 kilo farmers, and that IFSA, 400 pounds of fuck you. Super cool. All right, while we were in intermission, speaking of keeping your bodies together and getting through this in one total piece, Maverick Sports and Rehab, greatest chiropractor in the Pacific Northwest, offering all types of body surfaces and recovery to keep you in it. Jack Squatch supplements, keeping us all, not fed, but nutritionally fed, spiritually fed. The melatonins, the proteins, the caffeine,
Magnesium,
magnesiums, baby.
pre-workout,
Love that
baby.
stuff. Cerberus Strength, keeping all us athletes, I don't do anything, keeping the athletes situated, good equipment, good support for all shows like this, and Dungeon Strength being the primary sponsor of the competition. Look at a hat. Buy the hat. All right, here we go. We have Monty in lane 2 and Jacob Ferry in lane 1.
Yeah, this will round out the 105 kilo class. So if one of these guys can put up a faster time than I believe it was Gabe Deal, or no, Tristan. I believe Tristan might be the
might
leader
have the
currently.
lead. Yeah,
Monty moving through that yoke.
Monty gets it done.
He is on
now
a terror
Monty
today.
needs to pace himself here. Here we go,
Yep.
Monty.
Nice
Needs to
and
watch
steady.
that swing.
No catch on the front edge. Very nice. He's got to stay moving.
Ferry just behind him. Monty
Very
finishes.
well done.
Now Monty
And he
should
is
do
strong.
well here. Monty has done this in the gym already. He's incredibly strong, and that man wants it. Let's go, Monty. He needs to go now, though. He needs to stop wasting time. He needs to go now.
And
Every point matters.
What is really interesting here is you can see Jacob Ferry very composed because he knows that he has a good points lead.
Yeah.
He just needs to take his time, come into it nice and ready to move.
Both
pick it
gentlemen
up
racing
and finish
now.
it. That'll be
And Ferry,
fantastic points.
with the smooth and fast approach,
Yep.
got the lead. Monty
he-
took way too much time in that transition.
Yeah, and it's difficult. That is very difficult.
Ferry, way to go, buddy. Wonderful performance by Jacob Ferry. Monty is nearly there. He can do this.
And I believe that may be a top 2 finish for Ferry.
It's for sure in the top 2.
I think it took.
And I
it's
believe
top
Monty
2.
at this point, no matter what, is top 3.
I think so we had 3 people finish, and I believe Gabe was the slowest of the 3, is what I'm imagining. And this
true.
is very smart.
It's
very
clever,
smart from
using his
Monty.
knee as leverage.
That is a really good move because he ensured that he was able to get that just a little bit further. That's really smart.
He wanted to edge out those previous competitors,
So
and he did.
I'm pretty sure we don't have the official results of that event for the 105s, but I would say that probably Ferry, then Tristan, then Gabe, then Monty, the top 4 currently in that event.
Outstanding. Let's get a look at the total points on the screen here before we go to a quick break, because now we have a transition to the open men's. Although, are we going on a break for this, or we're going to stay streaming, guys?
Yeah, there will be a moderately large setup here.
Yeah.
Got to move some stuff around.
Let's get the points anyway. Let's talk about the lead for the 105 men, see how they're doing right now.
Absolutely.
Increase the farmer's loss. You can see Lucas, he's taking off the end caps of the handles.
And just looking ahead in these heats, we have a couple fun matchups like Thompson and Thompson.
Oh, we got some Thompsons.
Thompson v. Thompson.
It sounds like a good law firm.
It does. It really does.
All right. And we'll have those scores on screen in just a few moments, guys. But what a genuinely awesome display out of this 105 men's. It was so gritty.
Absolutely. Yeah, 3 athletes finishing. There's a lot of talk if any of the athletes would finish.
There was a lot of talking. So far, these guys adapted on the fly beautifully.
Yeah, very well done. Very well done. And so, yeah, the setup on this is going to take a little bit of time because they're going to have to remove the end caps and they're going to have to stuff them with chains, which is actually going to change the dynamic of the
It
movement.
will a little bit.
Yeah,
Here
it's
we
gonna
go
be
with our
fun.
points.
Yeah, the points. So in first place, we currently have Jacob Ferry with 36.5 points. In second place, we have Gabe Deal with 30 points. And in third place, we have Melvin Mwamba with 26.5
How about Monty
points.
coming back?
Monty has stormed back. He is,
He started the day in 6th place.
yeah, he is only a point and a half off of the podium. And we have one more event.
An event that he's brilliant at, by the way.
It will be very interesting to see what happens here. I do think that stone to shoulder is going to be very interesting. And so, for those of you that tuned in this morning, it's a different event selection for the pros. But yeah, I just want to talk about these placings and the points real quick. Jacob Ferry is 6.5 points ahead of second. Second place is 3.5 points from third, and third place is only a point and a half out from fourth. There is a good 4.5 point gap after that. I really think Monty and Melvin are going to be duking it out for third. Gabe is in a pretty safe position. He needs to put up a really good performance, and Jacob needs to also put up a very good performance. Those 2 positions are moderately safe, but it is not out of the question for Monty to even claw his way up to second.
I agree.
Or
It's
third,
possible.
of course. So it is still a dogfight. And I do agree. I have seen Monty doing some stone to shoulder, really impressive stone to shoulder work.
Yeah, and so before this event starts, we're going to take a nice minor break, guys. So thank you so much for tuning in really quick. My name's Alec. Hey, this is my best friend.
Ooh, Zach McCarley,
We'll see you guys in a minute.
first of all, that IFSA equipment goes all the way back to my origins, right? Like,
Right.
so when I got to California, Owen was my first mentor in strength. I had found him because I was calling around for competitions to compete in, and I had called him for the LA's strongest. Um, and I told him I want to compete, and I was like 20 years old. And he asked me about my strengths. I told him how strong I am. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're not quite strong enough." I'm like, look, man, I just want to network and find people to train with. And he said, "Oh yeah, why don't you just say so? Just come over to my house and train with me. I'll show up at Owen's house." I didn't know it was Owen Haugen, by the way. Just like he got an
Amazing.
address and went. And then I saw the guy, and I was starstruck because I had been watching him on TV. Like this
Right.
guy
The
in his
Super
mid,
Series.
yeah, in his mid 50s had placed in the top 10 in the world's strongest man. So he's a legend, especially of longevity. And all of it was his garage. It was a four-car garage, and you know what it was filled with? That IFSA equipment.
That's
And
amazing.
and the first thing I did when I was there was do a 260-pound farmer's run because there was nothing lighter to warm up with.
Yeah, they're 120 kilos empty, so 260.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I had. We had nothing lighter. And
Yeah.
the yoke, when we put that thing together for the yoke, it's also like 600 something pounds. So that
Yes.
was the starting weight. Like all of this stuff is so extreme. You have to have already a certain base level of brute strength just to warm up with it.
So your
So
first go of real proper strongman training, the first day one, you're on the IFSA globes, which is like
yep,
the hardest farmers to run of all time.
it's brutal. Yeah, and
Yeah.
all I did was pick it
Yeah.
for like 3 sets, and then I finally ran with it. But that was, for my first day, I was so proud. I
Yeah.
didn't think I would be able to do that.
That's awesome.
So that equipment is very special to me. I mean, that is what I used to train to get to California's Strongest Man, and I placed third there, which got me my invite to nationals, which then got me second place, and then finally, it eventually allowed me to compete in this pro show because I was doing so good, and then I won his pro show also with the IFSA equipment, which got me to Giants Live and then eventually Worlds.
Yeah.
So all of that equipment got me to where I am today.
That's amazing. And isn't it brilliant that that equipment, it went from being the highest point of the show. If you were using that equipment, it was because you were at IFSA, the World Championships. You were a bad man. You were
Yeah.
competing for the true world title at the time. And then it goes through another wave of like it's up and comers like yourself when you were like just a young amateur. And then it's at a pro show, another local pro show, where it got you access to now Giants. And now it's here at another local pro show where if you
Yeah.
podium at this pro show, you get to go to North America Strongest, an incredible, incredible next step. So it seems like this equipment has allowed like a nonstop. It's been like a conduit of a passage of like a rites of passage for like the next wave,
So,
guys.
geez, I've never really put this much thought into it, but like a Strength Unknown episode needs to be done on just the history of
It
the
should.
IFS equipment and the craftsmen that made it and
Yeah.
all the legendary hands that have ran with these weights.
Yeah. It's incredible. That's why Lucas, when me and Lucas realized it was for sale, Lucas made the purchase. He owns them now. But I was like, dude, you have to. This is like this equipment is the reason why a whole generation became strongmen. You wouldn't have been where you are without it. Lucas certainly wouldn't have been. Like it's really birthed an idea that, strength is possible.
Yeah.
It's really been this constant little conduit. That's wonderful. And so if I understand correctly, one of the items we're featuring in the show on the women's side only are the blocks, the pressing
So
blocks.
awesome. Yeah.
And they're using it so we call it the IFSA medley, right? You're doing the IFSA
Sick.
yoke into IFSA farmers, into IFSA shield carry with the IFSA shield.
Oh,
40
awesome.
feet,
Yeah.
40 feet, 40 feet. And then for the
Yeah.
it's a regular yoke, farmers, and then the IFSA block that they have to run and carry. But they're using the
Awesome.
5 and the 115 kilo block.
Yeah, those blocks are amazing. They're like my favorite part of all
Yeah.
of that equipment.
And if I understand correctly, there's only been, I believe, 5 gentlemen to ever press the 145 kilo block, and you're one of them.
Yeah, I have
Uh,
indeed pressed it, and I pressed it in competition.
and it wasn't, so what competition had it where you pressed it? Was it Ode's show?
That was old show, and I won that one 4 times, 4 years in a row.
Wow. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. So if I remember correctly, the only people to press that block are yourself, Jacob Finnerty, Derek Poundstone, Zadrunas, and Lucas Hatton are the only people to press it.
There was one more.
Is there one more? Okay.
Yeah. What's his name? Gosh, I'm blanking right now. I'll come back to you. There
That's
was
okay.
one more guy that pressed it.
You text me about it later if you don't
Yeah.
remember. That's amazing. Okay, good.
I love what you guys are up to, and I'm rooting for the Rainier Classic to be an epic show.
Dude, it's going to be a good time, and I appreciate you taking the time to do this. But hopefully everyone can hear me. All right, we are back, everybody, for the 5th annual Rainier Classic Open Pro Men's Division. These gentlemen are competing for an opportunity to get to compete at North America's Strongest Man. This is a qualifier for it, amongst many other things. But here we go. First athlete is up.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Christopher Olive in lane 1 and Nathan Heddick in lane 2. Lane 1's close to the screen. Lane 2 is furthest from the screen. Right now, Nathan, actually, it looks like Christopher Olive just took a little bit of a lead, but he dropped it.
Here we go. Let's get some weights on screen, too, for all you viewing at home. But so far, both athletes are through the yoke. Now, these farmers are uniquely challenging.
They are very challenging, and they've been loaded down additionally with some chains, actually, within the farmers.
So we're using them as weights. We're currently at 330 pounds per hand, 150 kilos even. But yes, due to the compartments within the farmers, there actually won't be any sway with the chains. There will be no movement or just literal added weight, unless they, of course, tip it over or something silly like that.
Stuffed tight.
Yes. Now these farmer handles are definitely, arguably, the biggest challenge of this. This is quite difficult.
Yes, we see Nathan Heddick on the right side of the screen and Christopher Olive on the left side of the screen. We saw Nathan picking these up several times, taking a couple steps and having to drop them down. What does it feel like to carry 330 pounds per hand?
Wouldn't know, bud. Never did it. But what I can tell you is that it's real hard.
It is heavy.
Especially when you're doing the most cumbersome farmers, potentially in any of these athletes' careers. This is quite hard. It's bouncing into your legs. It's hitting you the whole time.
Absolutely.
Now, these athletes are predominantly competing for an opportunity to compete at North America's Strongest Man, which is in just a few weeks in Montreal, Canada. Specifically Quebec, Canada, just outside Montreal. One of the best shows and most difficult shows in the world, and that is not an exaggeration. That is an 8-event show to truly find out who the best is in North America. And the literal best in North America compete at that show. Lucas Hatton has taken second at that show twice. Trey Mitchell has won that show. Maxime Boudreau has won that show. We've had people like Wes Derwinski on podium who's competed at World's Strongest Man. That show is full of the actual best in North America. And these guys are really competing for an opportunity there. And as well, if someone happens to not be a pro, potentially get a pro card, which then gives them access to America's Strongest Man.
And I believe it'll be the top performing amateur
on the podium.
Amateur has to be on the podium as well.
Yes, sir. Has to be on the podium.
Okay. In lane 1, we're going to have Calvin Vaughn. In lane 2, we're going to have Michael Struza. And is it Struzas or Struza?
I'm going to say Strozas. But Michael is the only athlete here who's had an opportunity to compete on the IFSA Farmers and the IFSA Shield. He did so while competing at the old LA Fit Expo Pro-Am from way back in the day that Ode Haugen himself used to host. So Michael's an old school competitor. He's a pro strongman in the American Pro Circuit. He's top 10 in the world in the 40-plus division at the official Strongman Games. He's a great seasoned competitor.
All right. All the spotters and loaders just getting everything all squared away.
Now, as you can imagine, those watching at home, it's quite the process to get these farmers back into the initial starting position because, they're heavy as hell. So we have a few tools to help us along with that in these lifting dollies.
Yeah, those are very nice to have, especially when we're talking about, picking up over 600 pounds at a time and moving it into a particular position.
All right, so again, in lane number 1, we'll have Calvin Vaughn, and in lane number 2, Michael Strozas.
We can see Michael Struzas in lane 2, just getting things situated exactly how he wants them with those farmers, being very particular with how these are set up, and I think that's very wise. I think that's very wise. If you want to get the best performance out of yourself, you need to make sure everything's just right.
It is very much about that initial pick on these farmers in particular because they are very unforgiving. If you come out of the gate hot and you're just a little forward, prepare to fall because it will not give it to you.
Mm-hmm. And here they go with, I believe, 855 pounds on the yoke.
855 on the yoke.
And we have 330 for the farmers, each hand, and then a 400-pound shield. So far, no one's gotten to the shield in this class.
No, and it goes to show you just how difficult these farmers are. All right, here we go. Both athletes setting up for a nice pick here, and they're taking their time. They're playing it smart. It just goes to show you these farmers are so difficult.
Very challenging.
Even someone like Michael, who I know has a great grip, will have to be patient. We'll have to understand that, he can't rush this, and he does. He's an experienced vet in the sport.
Yeah, Michael advancing those a little bit at a time. Every foot counts.
Yeah, quite literally need every inch in this case.
Absolutely.
Both competitors keeping themselves composed. They're just not rushing. That's what's important.
Yeah, Calvin Bond getting them up, getting about a foot or two, and then coming back down.
Here these guys go. Michael just not giving up, getting everything he can out of this.
That is so taxing. It is so taxing to pick them up like that. Notice that these farmers, for some of these athletes, is so wide. So wide. Right. I would really try to get them a little closer.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because if you go a little bit wider on that initial pick, is that harder off the floor? Absolutely. But what it does do, it prevents it from smashing into your knees immediately. So some folks might find that more beneficial just to deal with the wider pick and then potentially have an easier walking position. I think they're both double-edged swords. I think they're both difficult with this type of farmer in particular.
Yeah, I would particularly, if I were advising one of the athletes, I would advise them to bring the stance in as close as they can. If they're in that situation, bring it as close as they can, because what they're going to want to do is minimize drag on the legs,
right,
and also minimize opportunity for injury if there's a drop, which in that circumstance there were a lot of drops.
Right, I agree.
You want to make sure that you are getting your best chance to walk, and with those wide stances, a lot of times athletes can't take a step without completely collapsing the position.
Right.
And so, again, to your point, these athletes are dealing with some of the most challenging farmers in existence.
Yeah.
They're truly awful.
And this is the case where if you don't have particularly strong quads, picking these off the floor is terrible. You really need strong quads for a farmer style like this. So let's get our athletes on screen here, the names. In lane number 1, we have Cody Lindsay. And in lane number 2, we have Franklin Easton. Lane number 2 will be the furthest from screen for viewing. And Cody, and lane number 1 will be closest. Both athletes getting ready.
All right, again, the lane closest to you on the screen is Cody Lindsay. That's lane 1. And then in lane 2, the far lane is Franklin Easton. They're getting ready. There's a couple last little clarifications. Cody Lindsay adjusting his farmers on the left-hand side of the screen. And what do you think is the most challenging thing with training for this kind of event?
So I think a lot of strongmen tend to overtrain events, in my opinion, which I know sounds quite counterproductive considering they're competing in the sport of strongman. So I think athletes should focus more on energy systems related to the task than always beating themselves in with the task in and of itself, because I think that's where you end up finding more damage and injury over repetitive use of whatever skill you're working on, right? So I think the most challenging thing would be all the implements setting up at once, but I would encourage athletes to not set all things up at once and just focus on your weakest area and just keeping everything else strong.
I think that's wise. We have these athletes moving
Cody
with
Lindsay
this
just
855,
slid
and that was
the mess out of that
a
yoke.
pretty egregious slide.
Yeah,
that's gonna hurt the time.
Yeah, that's an
But
automatic.
his grip is coming in handy, very solid. He might actually be in the lead after another step or two.
He is.
Starting to push him around. He's good, and I'm not sure that he's gonna. He's got a. That is a tricky circumstance. It's a very tricky circumstance to pass one, but not the other. Easton's still working in lane 2 on the right side of your screen.
Yeah,
Looks
and I
like
know
the grip is failing him a little bit right
and I
there.
know this would be the hard part for Frank, and he's got to take his time because any sort of distance is beneficial. Cody Lindsay now flipping the shield, watching the 105s go previously, learned a thing or two,
and
he's
plucked
going
that
to run.
up. Wow.
He's going to make this run now.
Now, looks like he's going to finish it up. He looks very composed.
He does. He's very strong in this position, strong back.
And so it'll be interesting
And
to
finish.
see. I believe
Now-
he probably accrued a 3-second penalty
Yeah, I was
for
going to
that
say, what's
slide
interesting
on the
is
yoke.
there's going to be other men that finish this, right? Mm-hmm. And Cody Lindsay definitely slid the yoke. That's going to be a 3-second penalty. That might come to bite him in the end, points that he needed.
Yeah.
Now, Franklin is still chipping away here, still trying to get anything on these farmers, and he just can't quite get it.
Yeah, and those are pretty tough farmers. I mean, if you know, for those of you at home that have done a farmer's walk before on more standard, we'll say, kind of handles.
Right.
These handles are a little bit larger, a little bit thicker than normal. They do have a little bit of impress knurling, but
Yep.
it has no real peak to the knurling. It's like
It's not
a hash pattern.
Yeah, it's
and
not a
then-
volcano knurl.
Yeah. It has a hash pattern, but it doesn't actually grip very well. It comes off feeling kind of slick
Yeah.
with just the insult of looking like there's knurling on
right.
it. All right, so we have spotters and loaders trying to reset lane 2.
Here we go, a nice resetting of the equipment. As you can imagine, those viewing at home, the reset for an event like this is cumbersome at best, right? It's quite precarious, requires a whole team. I want to thank our spotters and loaders so much for working so hard on this event, because this is the one that's going to beat everyone's tail end if you're working on the staff, which every single person here is a volunteer, and they generally just care about this competition and what it does for the community. So big shout out to all of you helping at this show. Another
Absolutely.
big shout out to our sponsors like Mountain Heating and Cooling, Puget Sound Pizza, Jack Squatch Supplements, Maverick Sports and Rehab, Cerberus Strength, Dundon Strength themselves, and EPHA Bells. Without all these companies supporting the show, it wouldn't happen, quite literally. So thank you guys for taking a chance on this growing project that is hopefully bear fruit for all of them, and I confidently say I think it has at this point, and it means a lot for this growing community.
Absolutely. So we have the last of the farmers coming into position. Mr. Chris Davies driving that dolly, a very strong competitor in his own right. You can kind of tell, I mean, he's a pretty beefy boy.
That's Brian, isn't it?
No, I believe that is Chris Davies right there.
That's Brian.
Working the dolly.
That's Brian.
That is Brian?
That's Face Gains. Face Gains on Instagram, Brian.
Oh, well, my bad. I'm misidentifying him.
It's okay.
That's my bad.
Yep. Yeah, so Cody Lindsay, we got a confirmation here. They had 2 slides. Both the slides, twice on the yoke, essentially, is what he did.
Okay.
Slid
okay.
twice on the yoke, so he's getting 6
6
total seconds
Yeah.
added to his time. That's big.
A 6-second slide penalty in total. I have seen some competitions where if an athlete like slides, slides rather egregiously, there can be up to a 10-second time penalty.
Sure.
You know? And
Which makes sense.
It looked like he was just moving. He wasn't trying to slide
his
it, but
yoke height
it came
was
down.
way too high. It was just way too high.
Yeah, it just looked like it came down, and he was kind of walking with it. But once you have 855 pounds moving at that pace,
It's not gonna
good
stop.
luck stopping
Yeah,
it.
it's not going to stop. Now, who knows? He might have put in such a high yoke. Maybe his knee was bugging him. He knew he couldn't pick deep. But ultimately,
Yeah, it's hard to say. Any which way, the lane judge has some of the final say, and if not, head judges have final say. But that was Lucas Haddon coming over and kind of informing us what's going on.
Last minute adjustment here for the farmers. Looks like Mr. Moore needs in a certain position. He has every right to request a certain amount of distance and positions. as he's
and-
about to get ready.
Yeah, in this kind of event, you're going to see a lot more persnicketyness for
Well,
the
you need
setup
to, right?
here.
There's a lot on the line for these athletes. It's not just money. It's not just pro cards. It's an opportunity to compete with the best in the world.
Absolutely. So athletes are getting in position. Both of them are pleased with their equipment positions. Again, lane 1 is going to be Zach Stroughton. Lane 2 is going to be Bob Moyer, and they're off the line.
Here we go.
55 on this yoke for 40 feet.
Both men moving quite smoothly here, looking confident and competent. All right, Stroughton
Very nice
finishing
work.
first.
Looks like a good 40 foot for Zach and a good 40 foot for Bob. They're
Here
both
we
setting
go.
up for this Farmers.
Here we go. Both men moving well.
Very nice start for Zach, but I do think having him, canted in like that is a mistake from the start.
I think it's Bob Moyer just passing now with a sprung on. Bob Moyer showing great
some hands.
grip strength here. Comes with being an old man. Shout out to Bob. Doing an awesome job here. He's over halfway done. Bob can finish this. This would be huge points for him. Huge
Absolutely.
points, Bob. Come on, Moyer.
Here he
And
goes.
he gets
It's
it.
good. Both implements
Let's
are
go,
over
Bob
the line.
Moyer.
Yep, Zach's still working on those Farmers, taking a second to gather himself. Bob is back to the shield. And if he was doing his homework, he's going to flip this sucker over.
Bob, there you go, Moyer.
Yep, he's got to go. He's probably down to about 20 seconds here.
Zach looks like his hands are just pumped with blood right now. Looks like they're really overworked. So Bob's got to get this moving. He only has a few more seconds.
I mean, he's got to get this going.
there you
It
go.
looks
Just
like
pick
he
it up.
might be
Just
a
pick it
little
up, Bob.
shot.
There you go.
Yep.
Inch it
Wise.
away. You could
Very
do that.
wise.
This is distance.
Let
He's
it
now
fall forward.
breaking the potential tie. Great job, Bob Moyer. Way to go, buddy. That was very intelligent from Bob. He realized he didn't have the energy for a proper Zercher pick off the floor, so he said, screw it.
Yep.
I'm just going to inch this sucker along, get some points here, make sure I'm not on the line. No, you never
Very
want to
smart,
finish
yeah.
a moving event on the line. It's the biggest mistake you can make.
Absolutely. On the corner, on the line, depending on what it is. We saw a couple athletes in this morning session with the Max Distance Farmers finishing on the corners and a few very savvy athletes going over the line and then immediately
Walking
getting back
backwards.
into the field.
Oh, yeah. That's a pro move, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Pro move.
Yeah.
So coming up next, we should have C.J. Allen in lane 1 closest to screen, and Josh Hatfield, the Grizzly veteran, in lane number 2. Now, an event like this or a medley like this, generally speaking, is Josh Hatfield's bread and butter. Like this is something where he normally shines. Oh, it looks like we got a shield drop there. Oh, and Steven fell. Okay, the boys are fixing the shield that fell. But yeah, Josh Hatfield has got this medley. This is something that he shines well in and does well in, generally speaking. And he needs this because he's clawing his way towards that podium.
Yeah, I completely agree. It is, we still have 2 events, and Josh is very good with the yoke. He's got incredible hands.
Maybe the
And-
best hands here, possibly?
Very possibly.
Yeah.
And his ability to, pick things up and put them down is very, very high.
Yeah.
I would say that he has a good chance of finishing this.
Yeah, that man's lower back has never met a weight that scared it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No. Yeah, I think one of the larger challenging components of this is just the total amount of time under tension and the total amount of work that athletes are having to do. It's not necessarily any one of the components, and it's not necessarily even 2 of them. It's all 3 in a row immediately within a short time domain.
Right. So here we go. Reset almost complete. Athletes finding the position they need to be in. Josh Hatfield with the pro move, just sitting down. He saw this is
Yep.
going to take a minute longer than he wanted to. I'm going to take a seat.
And that's very smart from him. I mean, you just want to make sure that you are feeling nice and ready to lift hard. You don't have to be hyped the entire time. We mentioned it in yesterday's stream. You got maybe 3 to 4 minutes in any given day that you really have to put effort out.
That's right.
And
It's got to matter.
Yep, and it's got to matter. Every little effort within that time needs to be in an attempt to advance the scoring criteria. And in this, the scoring criteria is first time, if you're going to finish, but if not time, distance. So most of the athletes have gotten a distance. I believe we've only had 1 finish so far in Cody Lindsay. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Cody Lindsay's the only athlete thus far to finish the nearly impossible IFSA medley.
Yeah, and we have 3 heats left to go. Again, lane 1 is going to be CJ Allen. Lane 2 is going to be Josh Hatfield. Lane 1 being the closest to the screen. Lane 2 being the furthest from the screen. Okay. Looks like athletes are starting to get lined up. 855-pound yoke, 330-pound per hand farmers, and 400-pound shield.
This is the big deal. These two gentlemen are still within striking distance of the podium. They need this. They need this.
Yeah,
CJ Allen picking up speed towards the end here. Josh Hatfield slow and steady, nice and smooth. Both finished now.
Very nice.
Now this is
Particularly
where
the top 6 in this field are very tough.
yes, and this is where Josh Hatfield really wants to pull away. He's got the hands. CJ Allen drops in the initial peak.
Wow,
Josh Hatfield
he
looks
is-
consistent.
He is not making those look very challenging.
No, he's not. Josh Hatfield's got them hands, and his lower back is dummy strong. He could do this.
Oh, yeah. He is on pace. He's on pace to set a new time to beat CJ Allen, putting some work in on those farmers. If he finishes these farmers, that is a really good distance.
Huge
to get.
points. He needs to finish his farmers. Josh
Yep.
Hatfield on that Zercher pick position. He needs to drive right now and start moving, and he does. Josh needs
Very
to be
well done.
smooth.
He's got to maintain his position. He's taking a second.
Okay, he might have got a little lightheaded there. He needs to just
Yep.
start moving it. He needs to just move it now.
Needs to pick it up.
Just pick
Yep.
and go. He needs to use his
Yep.
hands.
What's he? I'm not
He's
sure what
looking
he's
a little-
gesturing towards.
He needs to just pick it with his hands.
Yeah, I would like to see us,
Oh my goodness, Josh
Just a
Hatfield
little
knows
bit
no quit.
closer.
He knows no quit. Josh Hatfield is making this happen. Now
Great
that will
effort.
still
That
be
was
second
great effort.
place.
It looks like he's he's a bit lightheaded. He's going to try to pick it back up. If anybody's hands in here could pick it up, it'd be
Move
goodness.
it, Josh. Move it now.
Wow, that should have been the move from the start, I would imagine. Just picking it up and carrying it like that. That is really good for him. Do you see CJ Allen storm back?
CJ just blitz back into the field as well.
Holy cow.
And if I had to get, Josh is
Then
just
somebody
lightheaded.
needs to catch him.
They
Yep.
got him. They got him. He's good.
Good
But
on
how about
Dr. John
CJ
for
nearly
that
catching
catch.
back up to Josh Hatfield?
Yep.
Wow.
That
Nothing,
was really impressive, that storm back from CJ.
nothing but grit for both athletes.
Absolutely. Next up, we're going to see Dylan Thompson in lane 1, Brett Thompson in lane 2. We got the Thompson and Thompson coming up, and we got a
Unbelievable display of power out of Josh Hatfield and CJ Allen.
absolutely looks like we have a pry bar there trying to get that shield off the ground. We could use a pry bar, or
Yeah.
we could just talk to Josh Hatfield and say, "Hey, can you squeeze this and pull
Yeah.
it up?" Because I was really impressed with the fact that he picked
That was
that up.
crazy.
That was ridiculous.
That was crazy.
I was almost certain dropping that flat on this field was a death sentence for the rest of the run. I did not expect anybody to pick it up after a flat drop like that.
Yeah. Unbelievable. And you know what? I just saw Josh Hatfield give Brett Thompson some tips on how to finish this. His next competitor, the guy ahead of him, that's the type of quality that man is. That's the type of quality a lot of these athletes are. That's really cool of him.
Absolutely. I mean, you see that in this sport. These athletes are, competing with each other there. They're fiercest rivals, but they are also some of their closest friends and most fierce supporters as well. So Brett Thompson looks like he got his farmers all set how he wants it. We have Dylan Thompson adjusting his farmers closest to the screen on the left.
Finding the pick position that he wants.
Yeah, and it does look like Dylan Thompson has a little bit of a wrap on his left leg. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, I think he had a minor adductor tweak after his Viking press, or it might have been VMO. I'm genuinely hoping that he's seemingly walking okay. So I'm
Yeah.
hoping that added weight doesn't affect him too much in this. But I know a little bit of a tweak after the Viking.
Yeah, you hate to see that, but a lot of instances, these athletes are very experienced with their bodies, very experienced in lifting of all forms, so they're typically more knowledgeable than your average person on if they can keep pushing or if they should really shut it down.
So here we
So
go.
I trust Dylan's decision-making here. Dylan's still taking a second.
Yep, Battle of the Thompsons about to start. Dylan Thompson versus Brett Thompson. This is for all the kit and caboodle. These guys want to go to North Americas. Both athletes moving well on the yoke. Brett and Dylan nearly
8:55.
matched up, but Dylan just ahead slightly.
That nice pace. Again, it's not who finishes the yoke the fastest, not who finishes the farmers the
Brett
fastest,
Thompson.
who finishes the whole thing. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Brett and Dylan both looking good. Dylan slightly slower.
Solid,
Brett
yep.
Thompson just barely hit, but Dylan catching
Excellent
back up.
cadence by both of these athletes.
Both finished nearly at the exact
Holy
same time.
cow.
Go.
Wow. Wow.
Go now.
That was a photo
Brett
finish on the farmer's
That was
portion
amazing.
of it.
I don't know why Brett is walking. He needs to go now.
He may be experiencing some lightheadedness.
Yeah.
He knows that he needs to finish this in a good time. So it might be a strategic walk back. We have Dylan up with the farmers.
Two different techniques.
Two different techniques. That is fantastic. Dylan Thompson needs to stay tough here if he wants to get this
This is not the
event win.
technique that
He
Brett...
is on pace for a really good time. And it looks like he got an event win there so far. There's one
This
more
was the
heat left to
technique
go.
that Brett
needs
should have
to
done
go.
from the beginning that he was told to do, and now he's doing it.
There we go. Brett is on his way. It looks like he could wrap up a second place finish in this event, either second or third. These are only the second and third athletes to finish this event. That is a tremendous effort from our heat of Thompson and Thompson. Very impressive. Very impressive work.
Brett and Dylan, phenomenal work out of both of the Thompsons. I'm going to go and say both of those gentlemen are in the top 3 of that event.
Absolutely.
There's only 4 gentlemen that finished, and they are...
there's 4.
is that-
I
is
thought
that
there was only
correct?
3.
So Cody Lindsay,
No.
Brett Thompson, Dylan Thompson, and maybe it was just 3. Maybe it was just 3. It might have been just those 3.
All the more to the point, that is a very tough medley.
It was incredibly difficult. So Dylan Thompson with a 58.3, fantastic work out of Dylan Thompson. Brett Thompson with a 72.58. So Brett Thompson came in 3rd. Dylan Thompson came in 1st in the event. Good job, Dylan. All right, now that is the end of our second event of the day. Actually, no, we have one more heat. What am I saying?
one- yeah,
we have
we got
Joel
one more
Alexander
heat.
and Zachary
How
Price.
could you forget
How
them?
could
Our
I forget?
pressing machines.
Amazing work.
So
Amazing
let's
work
see-
out of these two
Let's
athletes.
see how these pressing monsters go with this, huh?
Yeah, now...
I mean, what are you expecting to see out of these two?
So you know what's interesting about these two in particular? They have their own impressive world-class talents, mostly, I shouldn't say mostly, but in particularly the press. Now, Zachary Price, generally speaking, doesn't have, historically speaking, in terms of competition, the best grip. It's not something that he would claim to be world-class in, right? Like akin to his press, for example. So for him, it's going to be all about finishing the farmers. He needs to at least finish the farmers to maintain the lead that he has, or if anything, just lose it minorly, because he is proficient at the stone to shoulder. So for someone like him, it's incredibly important. Now for Joel, he's brutally fast on yoke, historically speaking, and his hands are impossibly strong. So he'll do great. Now, however, getting low for a pick like this, something historically speaking, has been difficult for him. So both athletes have their own weakness within this medley, and I'm interested to see how they edge each other out, if at all possible.
Absolutely. The athletes are getting in position again. 855 on the yoke, 330 per pound, 330 pound per hand, and 400-pound shield. These athletes are off. Zach Price in the far lane, Joel Alexander in the near lane.
There we go. Both athletes
Both
done.
athletes have finished the yoke.
Here we go. Now this is going to determine the show for both of these gentlemen.
This is going to separate quite a bit.
Joel with the strong pick.
from
Zachary
both
Price,
athletes.
smooth.
Both of those farmers getting kind of twisted up behind the athletes. And wow, Joel.
And they drop at the same spot.
Yeah, Joel's positioning was, I would say, much more challenging
Yeah,
than
I would
Zach's
agree.
position. I was really impressed. He's able to hold that for so long. But they're just going to continue. Zach has got to get that front end of that left farmer's up, because that is going to cause some major issues here. And Joel surpasses Zach here. Zach's got to get his
Joel's
hands a
almost
little
there.
further forward if he wants a really good shot at this. I'd say his hands are a little too far back.
They need to finish this. For both of these gentlemen to maintain the points that they've earned, they need to finish
Yep.
this.
And Zach has got to get a little further if he wants to surpass Joel.
10 seconds remaining. 8
This
seconds. They
last
just need
little
to
bit
grab
right now.
now. Stop.
Yep. Pick and go. They get it up and moving. And it's pinned for Zach. The front edge did not come up. It really made that effort very challenging. I haven't heard a whistle yet. There we go.
Yeah,
Okay,
so a
that
little
is the official
miscalculation
time.
on the timer there by our judge, but it's okay. Great work out of both gentlemen. So now the points are mixed. Zachary Price lost some points. Joel Alexander just edging out Zach. So things are getting really interesting now in the overall.
And I would say, going into that event, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was C.J. Allen that was in second to Zach Price.
No, it was Dylan Thompson.
It was Dylan Thompson.
Yes.
C.J. 39. Brett Thompson.
Brett Thompson was in second in the overall, but
Oh, Brett
Dylan
Thompson,
and
yeah.
Zach were tied for first.
tied?
They were before this event, I believe.
Okay.
Could be wrong. But either way, real close.
Yeah, looks like they're 3 points apart, and then
Mm-hmm.
a point and a half back was Brett Thompson. Regardless, what we saw right there was Zach lost some points from this event. There were several athletes that finished ahead of him, and I would say, close to a third or half of the field finished ahead of him in that one, is what it looked like. And that's going to be really detrimental going forward. He is a really strong stone-to-shoulder athlete, as you mentioned.
He is.
Like, who are the athletes to look for in the next event?
The next event, at least with the open men, and before we move on to our quick break here, I would say to look forward to would be Zachary Price. I would say Josh Hatfield, and those are the ones that stand out the most to me. Those two, yeah. So
Excellent.
before we move on to our next event, guys, I want a quick little shout out to our sponsors at EPH Hail Barrel, Dungeon Strength RX, Cerberus Strength, Maverick Sports and Rehab, Jack Squatch Supplements, Puget Sound Pizza, and Mountain Heating and Cooling. Thank you so much to all of you. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, guys. Be sure to stay tuned in. I hope you're enjoying this show. We'll see you soon. And we're back. Hit him, Zach.
What's up? What's up?
We have our triple.
Commit to the bet.
What's up?
What's up?
All right, we have our triple trump stone to shoulder event. Bailey Packer's about to get started. We have three options for these athletes: 200, 225, and I believe 250.
And it looks like she's
Yep.
going with the 200 right there.
Starting at 200 pounds. Bailey with a very clean shoulder. Got to wait for the down call.
Very smooth. She's got to get one hand off of that and demonstrate control. Very nice. Gets the down, controls it back to the pad. A couple movement standards we should chat about right here.
Hit him with it, Zach.
So, what we're looking for is control from the ground up to the shoulder. They need to have one arm only touching the stone, and they have to remove the other arm off the stone, demonstrate control in position, get a down call, and then they must return it directly to the pad. If they do not control, or if they do not return it directly to the pad, they lose the repetition. So if you lose it back, or if you drop it down and miss the pad, that is no rep. You'll have that repetition count for nothing. So that being said, you want to get as many repetitions as you can with the heaviest weight that you can. Any number of repetitions at a heavier stone wins. This is called a Trump style event. So in this case, we have a 200, 225, 250. Any number of repetitions at a 225 beats any number at 200, and any number at 250 beats either of those two.
But there's a twist to it. If you go up, and let's say you hit let's say Bailey did 200, then went to 220 to hit that next one, right? Or 225 in this case. It would be 225 plus 200. So if someone went out there and did, let's say, just the 225, they would lose to Bailey. So we're doing the lower weights as well.
Yeah, so there is an interesting caveat, as you mentioned, on the count back. There's like a count back system.
Sure, exactly.
Essentially.
Yeah.
The tie-breaking criteria is number of repetitions with a lighter stone. So it would very likely behoove a lot of individuals to at least get one repetition with a lighter stone before moving on to the heavier stone. But we'll see if we got some like real gamers that are like, I'm going to hit 2 and then go up.
So we have Sarah. We'll see. I bet you we will. So we got Sarah Johnson out here starting at 200 pounds as well.
And number to beat, I believe, is 1.
It's 1. So,
yep.
So last event of the day, women's 73 kilo pro class. Sarah Johnson winning the show thus far. Wanting to finish strong. Talking to her judge to communicate exact standards that she needs. Here we go. And timer's off. Let's see here. Great initial pick for Sarah. Good. Great first rep from Sarah.
All right.
So Sarah's opting to go up now.
225 coming out.
She needs
and
to be patient.
this is one of your athletes. You work with Sarah
I
very
do coach
closely.
Sarah. Yep.
And what do you feel she's capable of here?
So this would be a PR, right? So I believe she's capable of probably 2 reps at 225. We opened up at 200 conservatively because ultimately she is more than ready to win the show. She's going.
So taking a little bit of a breather.
And now she's ready to go. I think she's plenty of energy for this. She just needs to lean back and finish strong. This would be a big PR for her. She's been working on this. Has been probably her weakest event training for the whole show.
And that was a very strong pick. Looks very sturdy in the hands. Great pop. A little bit of loss of contact, but she needs to stabilize. She really needs to hold this.
Putting it right behind her on the ear, like we've talked about.
The feet are a little too far forward. She's got to stabilize and get it forward. There we go. That's good. There we go. That wins the class for this movement.
Mm-hmm. And Sarah's done for the day. Got herself a nice 25-pound PR. Has never done that before. So good for Sarah Johnson closing out the show and winning every event.
Very well done. Very, very well done. Impressive lifting. Those 160-pound female athletes are getting very, very strong.
Yeah, 225 would have been an open women's weight at a pro show just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and now we're seeing it with athletes that only weigh in at 160. So it's
unbelievable.
Very impressive.
So now we're in our next class, which is the Open Women's Pro Division. They're using the exact same weights. So they have an option of 200 pounds, 225 pounds, 250 pounds. Starting off the class, we have Taylor Gretzovich. Taylor opting to start at the 200 pounds. So we'll see how this goes for Taylor. Right now, we are watching the competitors come out in order of their placing of the competition overall.
Reverse order.
No, it is overall placing in the show for last event.
No, reverse order, though. To say.
Oh, yes,
you know,
I see what you mean. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So that was a very smooth transition initially in the midline, but she seemed to have lost it once getting it to the shoulder. What athletes, at least in my opinion, tend to do a little bit, something that's a bit of a disadvantage is if you go to raise the stone as you're making that transition from lap to midline, if you get just one hand under too early or too steep before bringing the other hand to equal position, you actually end up raising that shoulder as you then go to push with the opposite hand, creating even further distance you didn't anticipate as you're finishing the rep. So it's best to get it to the very top of the chest, both hands under an equal position, and then you could just push to the shoulder position. And I believe that's what happened to Taylor in that initial first rep.
Yeah, stone to shoulder, a little bit less common movement, but it's becoming more and more common in the sport of strongman.
Yeah, we just saw it at the Arnold Pro, didn't we?
Yep. And Taylor Gretzovich taking a moment to retack that hand before she picked that up.
And she's more than capable of this. She's very powerful in that section. If she just controls here, keeps
Strong.
pushing
She's
upwards, Taylor
she's
can
on
do this.
Her toes. She's got to stabilize.
Oh,
very
right.
nice.
Successful rep for Taylor. Way to go.
Yeah, very well
Brilliant
done.
display of grit. And she gets it just in the nick of time as well.
Absolutely, and it looks like she's actually pretty pleased with that.
Yeah.
She,
That might have been a PR, honestly.
Yeah, it may have been. I mean, this is not a lightweight by
No,
any means.
it's a heavyweight to start with.
And it should be mentioned these athletes only have tactiles to deal with, so they do have a little bit of what you would call a tacky substance on their hands.
Pine
but it
tar
is
resin.
Not, yeah, it's not what we would call in the sport tacky. It is essentially just sticky.
Right.
So
Tara opting to start at the 225. So if she accomplishes this, she immediately gets put ahead of her competitor in Taylor Gretzovich that just competed, but she does have to complete it first. Here we go. Tara Simons coming up next. Simonson, rather, starting now. Okay, great pick.
great drive, great roll,
that speed.
stabilize.
Hold it.
She's got to
Hold
stabilize.
it. She almost did it too powerfully. However, she needs to get it to the pads to count, and she does.
That is good. That is our current leader for the heavyweight women in this movement.
Will she go up?
I almost
She's
think
looking
she
at her
could.
coach.
That looks so
I
comfortable.
think she should. I think she should swing right
I
now.
agree. Swing for the fence. We saw that go up so quick. I actually don't think it was a strength or skill issue that she ran into when it was on the shoulder. I think it just moved so fast that the momentum of the stone kind of took her off the back of her heels a bit.
She's playing it safe right now. I think she's trying to gun for a podium position so she can get reps here at 225, banking on one of her competitors not doing that. Okay, does she get the down call? Hands off, stabilized, good rep. Another good rep at 225.
Very well done.
I really think she could go for that 250. I really think she could do it. Oh, and she is. Nope, coach, never mind. Coach said to stay there. And he said to go now and to stay there.
So 3 with this would be pretty big.
And she has it. She needs to stabilize.
Stabilize. Those feet are a little bit narrow.
And she gets it.
Very
On
well
the
done.
nick of time.
Wow. That
Whoa.
was perfectly timed.
Way to go, Tara.
That was perfectly timed.
Beautiful display.
Oh, and then we just got the gesture that the judge,
So
her
her
coach
coach
was saying go down.
So he was trying to game it to where we'll do 2 + 1, and she heard, oh, I'll just do 3, which is actually better for her score.
Yeah.
She just unintentionally stronger than her coach assumed.
That was
Phenomenal.
fantastic.
Great work, Tara.
That was awesome.
Amazing. So now we have Taylor Doxey coming on out here. And it looks like Taylor is starting at 200 pounds based on the stone that she just rolled out. She might be doing this to game it a bit, maybe start light build, who knows. But if she starts at 200, she can't go higher than 225 now. They can't make 2 jumps. They can only make 1 in either direction. Here we are, Taylor Doxey.
Very smooth
throw.
Looks like she's just racking up a point. I'd be surprised to see if she did not go up. And she decides to go up. That makes a lot of sense. She's got 225 in the lap.
Honestly, I think she should have
Big
started
pop.
here. Because now
I
she
agree.
can't go. She can't go to 250.
Yeah, she just muscled that up. I'm not sure if that is that accurate.
That is accurate. That is in the rules.
Okay.
That was in the rules. Absolutely.
Okay.
They can't make more than they can't make a 2-stone jump.
Okay, here we go.
So now if she gets this rep, which I think. Oh,
And
okay.
that just arms came off too early. Didn't finish the pull.
Mistimed that pull.
Yeah. She's got some good time. She could fit in. She moves flawlessly here. She could fit in 2 more repetitions. But no
Very
more room
strong finish for
oopsies.
Taylor Doxey. Very strong finish. Perfection there. Great work, Taylor. She needs to
that
get
was-
right back into it, though, if she
That
wants. She
was
has
very
25
close
seconds.
to the call. Very close to the call.
She needs to go now.
She's got
Come on,
one more
Taylor. You
in
can
her.
do this. Taylor Doxey of Salt Lake
And
City, Utah.
This would be extra points and maintaining the podium position.
So she
That
still
was
won't
pretty
be
impressive.
ahead of Tara.
Oh, sorry, that would be. No, I think she would. That was 3 repetitions, if
Was that
I'm not
3?
mistaken. I think that was 3 plus 1.
Oh, so with the rogue rule in place, she got the stone to her lap before the whistle went, so she was able to attempt the lift. So did she get 3 at 225?
I think it was 3, but
If she did, in fact, get
we're
3,
gonna
then
find
she
out.
will be ahead of Tara. I thought
Yeah.
she got 2.
I think it was 3 plus 1, but it's been a long weekend. Maybe
It's been a long weekend. It's been a long weekend. Either way, we'll find out here soon enough.
Yeah, next athlete up is going to be Casey Croy.
Yes,
coming
so
out, currently sitting in 2nd place.
She did. She got 3 plus 1. You were correct in your initial
3 plus
estimate
1
there.
So yeah, she is currently sitting in 1st, and we see Casey Croy coming out and selecting the 225-pound stone.
Right off rip, huh?
Yep.
Good for Casey Croy. That's confidence.
We're going to see how this moves. And these stones are just looking very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Love them.
nice.
They look good. They're shiny as hell. Shout out to Jeff Walling for making these stones for the Rainier Classic.
Absolutely.
He did stellar work. Jeff Walling of Oregon. We love you, Jeff.
Absolutely. Excellent. And he puts on a fantastic contest every December as well.
Ugly Sweater Classic. Mm-hmm. Okay, great stone to shoulder at 225 for Casey Corey. Oh, she's got to hold it. She's almost there. Got to maintain balance. She's got to wait for a judge, and she gets the rep.
Very nice work from Casey.
Personally, I think she should go up.
Yeah, I think
she
that's
should go up,
exactly
and-
what she's doing.
All right, Casey getting after it. Casey.
And so that's a 250-pound stone right there. Just 55 seconds left to work. Yep.
Now, Casey Corey here,
Breath.
competing like a true pro this weekend, every step of the way. Phenomenal experience, phenomenal display of power and skill. This would be an amazing lift. Can she do it? She needs to keep pulling high, stay on her
Got
heels,
So much power.
lean back, keep pulling. Oh, just
And that was a lot of effort that was exerted.
was.
It was very
What's
draining
the
to
move?
have a stone.
What's the move, Zach? Do you go back down? Do you give it another 30 seconds to dry one more time?
It depends on if she knows what she made the mistake on right there. I think she extended her hips a little too far and is standing a bit too upright. I would want those hips to come a little further under the stone instead of staying behind them in extension. It's not a load, it's a stone to shoulder.
And I think, oh my goodness. Can
risk
Casey
it for the
Corey hold this
biscuit.
position? Can Casey Corey get the stabilizing rep? This will be first place so far in the show. She needs to hold still. No!
That was an excellent effort. That was a really
It
good effort.
fell
That was
behind.
really tough to see.
Now, Casey would have gotten that rep. Even though it was past the time, she would have been given the rep because we're going by the rogue rule, but she dropped it behind her.
Yeah, that was very difficult to see because she did all of the work and just could not quite stabilize it. I would honestly say that her position was what really damaged her chances of stabilizing that because the chest is still too open to the sky and it's very unstable on the front of the shoulder. You kind of want to be able to stack it on top of the shoulder, and you may have a little bit of external rotation limitation in the shoulder to stabilize, but she's just a little too far back, and it makes the front of the shoulder a little too sharp to stabilize against the head. Yeah, that was a tough one to see, but she risked it for the biscuit, and
She went for it. So
it was even closer than people at home recognize them.
It looks like Jamie Booker is opening right at the 250 stone, going right to it. Bit of a risk, but
And Jamie is very strong. Like, it'll be interesting to. She just needs to rack up one repetition with this 250. Straight to the lap, nice and tight, and just able to.
Well, that was easy.
Wow. That's
And if she blows a
good-
kiss to the crowd.
Good showmanship right there. One and walk off. Very well done. And it looks like she just was ready to do whatever was needed. She had many more repetitions of that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
That was really impressive.
great display of power and strength from Jamie Booker. All weekend long, winning nearly every event of the competition. She's a star in the rise. We'll see Jamie at the big show soon enough. We'll see her at the Rogue Invitational. We'll see her now at North America's Strongest Woman. And frankly, she has a good chance of winning it.
She
Could win. And she'll go against some top tier people, hopefully going against people like AJ, Angelica Jardine. Hopefully AJ's doing it. We'll find out. But it will be her next big test for Jamie Booker.
Absolutely. First up for the 105 kilo men, we're going to have Damon Capadoni.
Damon Capadoni.
I think it is Damon. Sorry.
All right. And the weights that we have for these boys will be 300, 350, and 400. The exact same weights that we have for the open men. Now, if we see a 105 kilo man rip 400 pounds, I will be beyond impressed.
That would be pretty impressive, especially because we're talking about a stone to shoulder that they do not have tacky on for, a proper tacky. They're allowed to use a tack towel, and that is some very light adhesive. But these are fresh stones. I haven't actually seen exactly how sticky these stones are. It does look like we have the helpers on the ground right now actually putting on a little bit of tacky resin on there.
They are, and a liquid tacky resin, and the stones were tacky sealed. It was a tacky seal, so they interact with tacky incredibly well. In this case, tacky towels and spray tacky. So it is going to feel good. It's not going to feel bad. You're not going to see any incredible slippage here. They're not slick at all, especially once they interact with tack. So these are fantastic stones for competition, frankly.
That makes me want to go out there and lift some stones.
Dude, they're really good. I think you'll like them quite a bit. I got to lift on one of them the other day, and it is really nice.
Yeah, and so one of the really cool things about these stones is they actually have this coin that has the Dungeon Strength logo on them.
They do.
And the weight listed. I wish we...
On the belt. On the belt of the figure, yeah.
Yeah, I wish we had a picture of it to pull up, but I don't think we do. But if we were to get a really close-up shot of that, you'll see it. All right, looks like Damien is electing to roll out that 350.
All right, Mr. Capadoni. That's a heavy weight. This is legit.
That is. No, that is an impressive weight. All right, he's getting into position. Judge is asking, are you ready?
Here we go, Mr. Capadoni. And to start off the 105 Pro Show Men's Stone to Shoulder event here at the 5th Annual Rainier Classic.
And it's to the lap, 350. Pulling it in nice and tight, looking like a little bit of an issue positioning on the chest. Hands are too low on that repetition. Yeah, his hands kind of shifted down. Cut the pull just a little bit short. That's okay. You still got time.
And for those watching, this competition is put on by Dungeon Strength, owners and operators Ryan Terry, Saul Peterson, and Lucas Hatton. Thank you, Dungeon Strength, for putting on this show.
Yeah, logo right up in the top right corner right there.
Oh, yeah.
Auburn, Washington. And we see Damien getting ready for another repetition. I think he might be thinking about, he's going to take one more swing at this 350, I think. Giving himself time. I'm sure he has a lot of confidence in finishing this take this much time to rest.
And I appreciate the fact that he's being so mindful of the situation. He doesn't feel rushed. He's not rushing himself. And he's keeping himself clearly on an internal clock, right? He's doing his absolute best, and it's really clever. Here we go. Good pick off the floor.
Got decent position on the body. Position is a little bit lower and just lost some balance right there.
Just too heavy on the day.
That's going to chew up his time. It'll be interesting if he
He's
has
only got
enough
8
to get
seconds.
this last
It's not
one.
enough time.
He's got to pick it up.
He can be right. He can pick it. We have the rogue rule.
Needs to be up. Very nice.
Frankly, just rest here, buddy.
Yeah.
Just rest.
He can keep going. He can keep going. Time is elapsed, but if he can squeeze this out, he cut that pull short.
He transitioned too early. You have to be confident in
Yeah.
continuing to rise up with the arms and leaning back. And wait to the last minute until you transition your arms under.
Yeah, you really got to get those hips under and get it a little higher on the chest before you transition anything under, as you're saying. That is a tough one, and he moved it so easily that it does make you wonder how many repetitions he was capable of at 300.
I would say probably between 2 and 3, based on how it was moving. But I totally understand his want to just swing. You know, obviously coming out, he was in last place in the class, so him just wanting to go for a big swing makes sense. Like, let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can steal some points.
Absolutely. Next up, we're going to see Tristan Lee, and we are going one at a time through all these athletes. Tristan Lee putting up that incredible performance in the last event, the first one to finish the medley.
His IFSA medley was incredible.
Yeah, very swift.
And Tristan in himself is a fantastic stone lifter in his own right.
Yeah, and he's elected to go with the 300.
His tacky is slipping. He might not have the right tactile on.
Yeah. It does look like it's a little challenging.
But I don't see one on him. Oh,
yeah,
no, Tristan.
Arms.
Now, I know for a fact that Tristan trained for the majority of this peak on the road, and he did not always have access to strongman equipment.
Oh,
and I think that's probably what we're seeing here. This might have been one of the few things that he just really couldn't train. And this is an event where you need to practice. Like, this is not something that's intuitive, unless your name is Angelica Jardine.
A little bit of slip, just like you mentioned.
Yeah.
It looks like he's having some trouble getting that tactile to really work for him. Again, there's a 300-pound stone.
He only has one real last attempt here with the time that he has left.
And Tristan Lee is an incredible stone loader, but this is a good example of stone loading and stone shouldering. Those are different skills.
Oh, Nikes. Wow.
He just lost his balance a little bit.
Damn near RKO'd himself with a damn stone. So you want to be really careful when you're doing stone to shoulder, and don't do that. But
he started to make some progress up the body, but it just looked like his balance was not quite right. It looks like he had time to pick it up one more time, so he's going to give it another go. I appreciate the heart. I really hope he gets this one because, in my opinion, he earned it.
I'm genuinely scared to watch this.
He's got to stabilize, and it's off to the side.
Yeah, so an unfortunate 0 for Tristan Lee. And, the skill of loading versus shouldering are completely different. It just goes to show you.
Absolutely, and that really does not reflect how he is with stones.
No, he's amazing.
He's an incredible stone loader.
I mean, he's a 105 kilo athlete who's loaded over 400 pounds. He doesn't suck.
Yeah. Is really like a gold standard. So very, very good. Here we go, Tyler Buxton of the Bremerton, Washington area, coming up. He's been close
many times.
Several pro cards. He's right. He's always right on the cusp right there. He's always danger. If he shows up to a competition, he is in the running. Depends on what kind of days he's going to have. That 300 popped up. He's got to stabilize it.
Phenomenal first rep here by Tyler.
I love his foot position.
First athlete to get reps.
Very well done with that 300. His foot position was gorgeous.
Yeah, it was very good. I find that athletes, when they get to the lap position, oftentimes with stone to shoulder, get way too narrow with their feet. You want to be as comfortably wide as you can so your hips can get back under you.
Yep. No, I completely agree.
Oh, Tyler needs to hold on to that.
Yeah, he's got to stabilize this. He really needs to know that he's got to return it to the pad after this down.
Way to be aware,
Excellent.
Tyler.
Excellent
Amazing
awareness.
job. Honestly, after that first one, based on how it moved, I probably would have suggested he goes up. He went up. It went really fast. But now at this point, it's safer to stick with the 300.
Yeah. It does look like... yeah, and that's starting to move well. It looks like he's starting to kind of hit a groove.
Oh, yeah. Cash money by Tyler
That
Buxton.
was the best of the three so far, and he's just going to rack up repetitions
He
here.
is. I think he's playing a safe game right now.
Yep.
But this is a fantastic display of stone-to-shoulder ability, technique, and skill. This is why
Absolutely.
Tyler Buxton has been nearly a pro so many times. He is so skillful.
And happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Including Tyler Buxton.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was just thinking about, actually, was...
And that is a good rep for Tyler Buxton. Amazing work. 4 reps at 300. Great job, Tyler Buxton. Way
Very
to end
well
the
done.
show with a dominant performance.
Monty...
Now, something tells me that Monty is going to swing.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I think he's going with the 350.
Yeah.
350, and then he's going to come back to that 400.
I believe so.
He
So
really
now
wants
if
to go
Monty
big
hits
on
this
this.
350, it beats all the reps that Tyler Buxton just did at 300.
Yep. But we do, you know, this is one of the athletes that you called out that said, hey, this guy is really good at this.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, and shout out to Jamie Booker, who for whatever reason is already watching the stream from in the back of the arena. Congratulations on your pro card, Jamie.
Very well done. All right. Matthew Monty
Here we go.
with the 350.
Let's see here. Smooth pick.
Yep, very smooth to the lap.
He needs to squeeze
Great
hard
stance.
in here. Keep his hips under and be brave to keep going up and back long.
He's got to transition. He's
Just
got
like
to
that.
soften.
Way
Yep.
to be patient, Monty. That is
Nice and
exactly what he
yep,
needed to
That
do.
is a really good position. He's got to put his... I would suggest him to...
And he gets it. Brilliant. And what would you suggest there, Zach?
I would
What's
have
something that would
suggested turning his head slightly more to the left. It
So
looked
away
he had
from the
his
stone.
cheek on the stone.
help? So away from the stone.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. I know athletes tend to like to look at it.
yeah.
interesting.
I like to have it a little further back.
So coach
But
is
he's
telling
going
him
back,
to
okay.
go down. The coach doesn't think he'll get more at 350. He doesn't think he'll get 400, but he wants him to accumulate as many reps as possible for the advantage, just in case someone matches at 350. Smart move, I think, by Kevin Simons.
I think this thing's gonna pop right up. I mean, shoot.
Good. So he needs to get one more. He needs to pick it now, though.
He's got
I don't think he's
20
aware of his
seconds.
time. He needs to pick it now.
Yep. I think he's waiting. I think he's draining the clock a little bit. If he wanted 2 more, he would have had to go immediately.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this will be his last rep now, based on the timer.
Yep. Very. Yep. So time has officially expired. He's allowed to continue this attempt.
He could do this
And
now.
this is a tough
Be
position
patient.
he's
Be
in right
patient.
now.
Way to go, Monty. He's
Very
almost
nice.
there. What a brilliant
Very
display
nice.
of being. Honestly, that was pro level awareness of the clock, of the amount of
Absolutely.
reps that he knew he could get, and listening to his coach in the moment. There was so many elements to that performance
very
that was
impressive.
pro level.
Yeah. Oh, very impressive. And he will be, you know, we did get a chance to go over the points a little bit in that, in the break. And there's a fight for third and fourth right here. And there's a fight for first and second, and there's a bit of a gap between them, but realistically that top 4 could get mixed up any which way. Coming into this, Matthew Montgomery was sitting in fourth. We have Melvin Mwumba in third, Gabe Deal in second, and Jacob Ferry in first. Next up is going to be Melvin Mwumba coming out here. He's been working hard.
That's right. So Melvin Mwamba looks like he's opting to open up at the 350. He wants to stay ahead of Monty. He doesn't want Monty to jump him on the points, but it's a big risk because I know that for a fact that this 350 would be a PR for Melvin.
Yeah.
So he's swinging right now.
Well, if there's a day to hit it, today's the day.
Today is the day. Dude.
Today's the day.
Today's the day. All right, Melvin Mwamba approaching the stone. Here we go, Melvin Mwamba, Dungeon Strength. Great pick off the floor.
Great pick. Good position. Great with the hips. He's got to keep those heels down. It looks like he's clear-headed enough.
Yeah, his coach wants him to go down, and I think that's the wise move.
Yeah, that's wise.
It was just a little too much of the spine today.
Yeah, if you get a good number of reps here, you're going to be in a good position. And hopefully you can keep Gabe Deal and Jacob Ferry out of the space between you and Monty.
He needs to be patient here. He needs to be patient. Oh my goodness.
Really tough. That is a really tough position. His shoulder position looks very uncomfortable.
It does. And now he needs to get two more to tie second place, which is currently Tyler Buxton.
Yeah, it looks like he's very upright, at least from the angle that I'm looking at it. He looks very upright in that shoulder position, which is going to be really challenging to stabilize.
Oh my goodness, he's just so strong.
He really is. Oh, and it's got to be stable.
And he
wow,
gets
okay,
it.
that was really impressive.
He needs one more.
He's got to come.
He needs one
he's
more.
Take a breath and get this. I don't know what kind of time he has left.
10 seconds. He just needs to pick it before the clock. He's got time.
This third repetition will be important for him. He's got to really dig in right here. Up,
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Too
early.
Wobble.
That wobble was...
Oh, he got his left arm way too early. Panicked. Yeah. But an incredible display of strength out of Melvin Mwamba, currently sitting in third place in the event. Great job, Melvin. Way to go, buddy.
And that's where a lot of strategy comes in. I mean, if he would have taken that, you know, always woulda, coulda, shoulda, right?
Right.
But if he would have, you wonder what would have happened if he would have took that 300 to start.
Right.
I think he is capable of 4.
I think so too.
I
would agree.
Capable of 4, especially with kind of a buzzer beater, as it were, right at the end. I think that 350 took a lot out of him on the extension. Gabe Deal is up next, currently sitting in second place.
Gabe Deal, this gentleman clawed himself back to top 3 position after a very interesting first day.
Yeah.
What a gamer Gabe Deal is.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
He says, hey, 350 is cute, guys.
Oh, boy. He's got to stabilize, though.
Out front.
Oh, boy, Gabe. Okay, he needs to be patient. He needs to compose himself. He rushed his position just ever so slightly.
Yep. So he probably knows that he's got this. He just need to get himself right, and it's out front. He's got to stabilize over the center of the foot. Oh, my goodness. With
the extension.
So he's,
Gabe, he can't zero here, though. He cannot zero. He'll lose podium, depending on the rest of the athletes' positions.
This is exactly what Melvin wants to see, and exactly what Gabe does not want to see.
He might be too gassed now for the 300.
Forward. He's really got to change his
He's got to fight for this.
Mass on
he
the
can't
foot.
Zero. He's got to fight for this.
And
oh no!
Oh my goodness.
He's so close. Gabe is so close. Oh goodness! He finally got a good rep.
I stopped breathing.
Whoa!
I'm out of breath.
Oh, that was scary for him.
Oh my gosh!
He's going for the 350 again.
He knows that he really needs it. I would wait till about 2 seconds if I were him. I would take another 5 seconds.
That pick was still so easy though. His back power is crazy.
Yeah, he's just out front.
Heroic attempt by Gabe Deal.
That is really tough to see. Because the way he moved that 350 was so
good.
effortless
in the beginning.
Good. The first 3/4 of the shoulder was gorgeous, 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 and then when he got to extension, just lost some stability, lost some tension. Couldn't quite stabilize on the shoulder.
Yeah.
You know, one of the big challenges about stone to shoulder is, of course, the diameter of the stone, and you know, it just looked like the proportion was a little off for him.
Yeah.
But Jacob Ferry is coming out. This is our last 105 kilo competitor. Currently, Matthew Montgomery is leading the field with this event. 1 rep. with the 350
So it
plus,
looks like-
is it 2 or was it 3?
Matthew Montgomery got 1 plus 2.
1 plus 2.
Yeah, and it looks like Ferry's opting for the lightest stone. He just wants to secure his win. He
Yeah.
has many points ahead of his nearest competitors. And if he does this, if he lifts this just once, he is now a newly crowned 105 kilo pro strongman.
Yep. And that's all, yeah. So this is a smart play. Very smart play.
All right, beautiful pick off the floor. Getting nice in position
Very
here.
composed. Looks very simple for him. He's adjusting.
Transitioning. Oh
Feet
boy.
are
Okay,
quite
so
narrow.
this is where things could be tricky because nearly every athlete got at least 1 rep. If he zeros, he can lose his lead. He just needs to get himself behind that stone more. I call it packing the neck back when you're in the lap position when going for stone to shoulder. If you have your head too far forward, you ultimately would be in a position where your hips can't get underneath you.
Yeah,
See
and
if you
this-
can fix that.
He's got to stabilize. He's got to get his head through. He's stable here. His elbow is
boy.
really
Oh,
low.
boy.
His right elbow's really low.
And he's
that
good.
was a long hold, but
And
he
he
got
does
it.
it. Someone stop the stone, please.
So he's got points on the board.
Honestly, he's
That
done. He doesn't
honestly
need to.
might be enough.
It is. It's enough for him. He doesn't need to do any more. In fact,
I would give it another go. I would give it another go if I were him. Because I did not do the number crunching.
oh, what is he doing? What was that silly boy doing? I thought he was going for the 400.
Yep, he's retacking back up. I agree with his decision making right here. Honestly, I would take this for one more. About 5 seconds from now. 3, 2, 1. I think that timing was almost perfect. Time is about to expire. He should really work for one
that was
more.
honestly, you goose.
And just missed it, yep. Elbow is, I think the big challenge for him is that right elbow when he's going
Yeah.
to the right shoulder is very low, leads to very poor leverage and a poor poor platform of a shoulder position.
All right, we are now switching on over to our open weight men. Same weights, 300, 350, 400. We're go-
I mean, the 105s, I'm not entirely sure who placed where at this point. I mean, we're obviously going to come back to it in the rule or in the award ceremony, but that shook things up. That shook a lot of things up.
So looking at the points, Jacob Ferry won with 41 points. In second place with 34 points, we have Gabe Deal stealing second place. And in third place, we have Matthew Montgomery jumping over.
I'm not sure everything is tallied.
Yeah, jumping over Melvin by half a point. Yes.
Oh, okay, I saw those empty
Yep.
gaps.
So Matthew Montgomery jumped on podium over Melvin by half a point because he came out and won the final event.
Yeah, we'll come back to those in the award ceremony as well. Just run it. Oh, actually, we may not because we don't have the points available to us, but we'll do
later.
a recap.
We will later. All right, here we go. We have Franklin Easton here, starting with the 350-pound stone.
Very nice off the ground, very comfortable, great position, good posture, good leg drive.
Okay.
Late with the hips through, but it looks like he's strong enough to make it work. He's got to stabilize. Very
All right.
nice.
Great first rep, and
I
he's
like
going
his-
straight. Okay.
I like his barefoot approach.
I do too. I think
Yeah.
I bet he feels it probably kinesthetically very attached to the ground right now. Probably feels a lot of power. I don't mind it one bit. A little scary in terms of optics, but I think he's totally fine.
Yeah, when we're talking about 350 pounds from 6 feet in the air.
Honestly, I think
it's
he should
not-
go up. Franklin is destroying this.
He is doing really good. I think he's counting on no one hitting the 400. I think that's what he's counting
I think that'd
on.
be a mistake to count on that.
We're going to find out. Yeah, we're going to find out. But I was going to say, I don't think any kind of shoe is going to save you from 350 pounds falling from 6 feet in the
Very
air.
true.
You might as well be barefoot.
Yeah.
It's going to save you losing a pair of shoes to getting them cut off.
Incredible display of power by Franklin. This is
Very
honestly,
nice.
this is by far his best event of the entire competition.
Yeah, very
He's the
well
most
done.
poised. He has the most control. This is brilliant stone lifting by Franklin Easton.
Yeah, very meticulous. But what he needs to do right here is he needs to make sure he's not timing that down and paying attention to the down, then initiating the drop.
Right.
He is starting to anticipate the drop. The last one was slightly anticipated, in my opinion. and very.
Oh, he needs to be careful. Good save by Franklin. Goodness gracious. Almost like a dance move there.
That was some pretty sick. I mean, that's some pretty sick moves.
Oh, he's out of power. He's out of power. That's all it is. He's just tired now. Franklin's okay, but at a certain point, he just lost the juice. And that was 3 brilliant reps at 350 by Franklin Easton, I believe. Ryan, am I correct in saying that, Zach?
I believe so. That was really slick. And I think he had 4 in him. There's just a little loss of positioning right there. Turned into some stone twister. You know what I mean? Like strongman twister.
Now, we have our boy, Michael Strozos, tacking up a 400-pound stone.
He wants it, yeah. And this is an interesting one. I mean, to have stone sleeves on during this,
I'll be
it
honest.
does make me wonder. I mean, like,
I don't think it should be
that's-
allowed, if I'm being honest, because it could be residual tacky from previous stone lifting sessions.
I tend to agree with you, but it would be interesting to see a competition
Now
where
that-
they provided athletes with all stones.
Now, that being said, Lucas Hatton did just intentionally inspect them, and he cleared that it was fine. So those might be stone sleeves specifically for just stone to shoulder without tack.
They could be completely fresh out of the package. They don't look beat up or dirty in any kind of way.
No. And I don't think Michael would do something like that anyway.
Yeah, very high integrity.
Now, Michael's opting, I think, to go down now. Down to the 350-pound stone.
Actually, did he just freshly open that? No, it's yeah.
Oh, it
does
just
look like-
it was just on there before, maybe.
Yeah. Looks like he was protecting his pocket with it.
Sure.
Here we go.
Michael.
350. 350. He's got to stabilize a little
Michael,
twist.
staying strong. Oh,
That's a tough one. I would take a breather.
He
I
should
would
take
take a
his
breather.
time.
He cannot go down, can he?
he's got to take his time. He
Did he-
can't go down now because
Yeah,
he started
so-
at 400.
So I would wait till about 5 seconds.
I would
If were
too.
him. I would.
And it's not surprising, all these athletes, their core and stabilizers are so taxed from the previous 2 events in both Viking press and that incredible IFSA medley. It isn't surprising that everyone's midline is pretty tired.
Absolutely. I mean, some of these athletes might laugh at a 400-pound stone, a 400-pound stone to shoulder, and then after 5 events,
Right.
you're going to feel a little bit different.
Michael,
He's fighting for
nearly
that
there.
position.
Michael's nearly there. He can
He's
do
got to
this.
stabilize it and just a
goodness.
wobble.
So close.
Yep. And that is a tough one. That is a really tough one.
Honestly, shout out to Michael Strozos for competing so brilliantly all weekend.
Absolutely.
Great display of skill, strength, and frankly, longevity in the sport.
Yeah,
Thank you,
very
Michael.
impressive. Very impressive. Next athlete coming up is Calvin Vaughn. Calvin Vaughn getting ready, chatting with the referee, Lucas Hatton. Scooting the pads a little closer together. Judges ready, so athletes ready. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Vaughn going for a 300-pound stone to shoulder. Okay, so that is a
And
no
that
rep.
that was a little stressful.
So because
but that
he
was
lost-
really impressive that he was able to just
Well, it goes to
allow
show you
that to
how-
roll through like that.
I'll go show you how strong that man's body is. He didn't even buckle 300 pounds on his neck. Utterly incredible. Way to go, Vaughn.
Holy cow. Okay, so he's going for it again. 300 pounds coming up. Looked like he had all the power to get it done. He's just got to stabilize. He's nodding his head. Yeah, it's okay. I got this. Here we go.
He could do
Yep,
this.
he's gotta
Vaughn, nice and stable.
stabilize. He's got to find that pocket that just feels right. Very well done. Controlled back down. That's 1 repetition. So he's got points on the board now.
One last try. One last try. 20 seconds left.
He's got 40 seconds left, I believe.
I believe he said 20.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was
Yeah.
40 or 20. Thank
10
you for the
seconds
correction.
now. Oh, it's all good. He's going for that last rep here, last attempt at 300 pounds.
So So officially whistle blew. He can finish this attempt. He's got to stabilize it, get it back over the center of his foot. If he saves this, that'll be pretty impressive. Slightly forward, and it goes down. Yep. Just taking a breath. Everything's okay. He just breathing. Yeah, thumbs up. He gave the
He's
thumbs
all
up,
good.
just saying like, okay, I'm tired.
What an incredible display, though, of grit out of this athlete. Not only did he dance a stone on his neck, but he went for a little nappy nap, and he's all right.
Yeah, he is A-okay. That was, that first stone bail was...
Honestly, it was really impressive.
Yeah.
Like, he basically just bobbled it on his neck and stood up. It was kind of cool.
I mean, he just kind of juggled it across his shoulders. I've seen people going side to side a couple times.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've ever seen someone go side to side behind the neck.
I certainly haven't.
Yeah, it looks like we have Christopher Olive coming up for his attempt. It looks like he's preparing the 350-pound stone.
Now, so far, Franklin Easton, the first person out, still in the lead with 3 reps at 350. Destroying it.
I mean, very strong performance. And we do know stone to shoulder is a different skill than just flat-out stone loading.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Here we go. Christopher Olive. Great pick off the floor. Great extension.
Good
Needs
extension,
to hold.
nice and stable.
Wow, stay with it, buddy.
Yep.
Keep
Gotta
leaning
stabilize
back.
it on the
No.
shoulder.
Be patient. Be patient. Okay.
Very nice.
Now
There's
that
one.
puts him ahead of many people already.
That puts him into second place, if I'm not mistaken.
It does. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I think sticking with this weight is wise. But I would say in a field this deep, if you were to miss another one, he should very likely move back down.
I would agree. I think he'll get it, though. He's acting quite patient
he
right
looks
now.
very stable.
Good
Yeah.
rep by Chris.
And it just looks like
Olive.
stabilizing is the only challenge here for him.
Yeah, his transition of his torso strength and his ability to transition from lap to standing is quite strong. But once at the shoulder, he seems to be finding a little bit of issue. Maybe even a slightly wider stance will give him that base that he needs to feel more comfortable. He seems quite narrow.
I agree.
He's also wearing shoes with a lot of cushion in the heel. That cannot be helping in this sort of event.
Yeah, definitely not. A little slip right there. Could be a little bit of sweat coming out. Just a little slick spot on the stone. He's a little
Christopher
forward.
Olive
He's not going to be able to
fighting
save
for that
that
rep.
one. He's
Way
got
to
to pull
go.
it back and position that is time.
Phenomenal effort at Chris Olive so far in second place in the event.
2 is good.
Yeah, 2 is big
good
points
with
right now.
350.
2 is very big points right now.
And we have some of the loaders and spotters checking the stone, just inspecting it, making sure there's no slick spots. They too saw that little slip. And we do want to give the athletes every advantage possible. We have Nathan Heddick coming up here. If memory serves me right, he's a pretty good stone loader. I've never seen him go stone to shoulder,
Well,
though.
I mean, starting with 350 is a display of confidence, and interestingly enough, he's actually opting to wear weightlifting heels. I'd
I
imagine
agree.
what he wants is the additional dorsiflexion ability and the range of motion that it would give him as a very tall athlete to sit in a, oh boy, that's scary, and to sit in a more upright position in the hole. Now,
Lost a little bit of control in the extension.
Heddick is taking his time. He is being a pro in his approach here, taking his time, not rushing. But this weight is a very challenging weight here, as we're seeing based on this competition so far. I personally think Nathan should go down to get some points.
And what I'm seeing is if his feet are moderately narrow and those heels are coming up,
Yes.
you know, which
Yeah.
it loses you so much stability, so much power in the extension that you need
That's
to control
it's
it to the
probably
shoulder.
why he's wearing the weightlifting heels. You might not have the ankle range of motion in order to maintain heels down without them,
Yeah.
even if you wanted to.
And heels stay down, and look at how much further up and how much less effort it took.
Very powerful rep at 300 pounds.
Very nice. Got 25 seconds. If he takes a rip right here, he could potentially fit 2 more in. He'll have to move swiftly and efficiently. Oh, So that is going to be a heck of a rep to save. That was pretty low in the transition. And he's got time
Way to go.
He's got
Getting
time to
reps
grab it,
now.
but he has to go immediately. So taxing.
Way to go,
Time
Nathan
is
Hedrick.
up.
Great job. Way to come back after a couple of misses there at 350.
Absolutely,
To accumulate some
very
points. So I guarantee you those 2 reps at 300 really could get him some points at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So our next athlete that we will have coming up next will be Zach Stoughton.
Just a little adjusting right here with the crash pads. And I think I've been saying Zach's name wrong this entire weekend.
Have you? What have you been saying?
I think I've been saying Stroughton. I think
saying
I've been
Stoughton.
throwing an R in there.
Oh, it's
There is
definitely
no
Stoughton.
R.
It's definitely Stoughton.
Yeah, it's definitely Stoughton.
Sorry, Zach.
Sorry, bro. From Zach to Zach.
Sorry.
Apologies.
All right. Looks like Zach's getting himself nice and ready. And it's good to see him back. You know, Zach opted to not do the deadlift after day 1, so I was a little worried about him, but it seems as though he's doing okay.
Yeah, hopefully he's just feeling
Okay.
overall completely better today.
Yeah. Okay, enough to start at 350, so he must be feeling something.
Yeah. Here we go. The judge ready, athlete ready, go. Simple enough lap. His right hand is a little low, and yeah, some separation. Did not finish the pull.
Yeah.
That is a real. That's going to be tough to finish if he's positioning his arms like that.
It is, and I think this is possibly due to maybe an injury he picked up on day 1. If I had to guess, he's probably not feeling the most powerful in the hips. Something might have happened before the deadlift, but he is giving today his best shot, best effort.
Good rock with the
Wow,
hips.
way
He's got
to
to fight
finish
it
in
on
the
the way
middle.
up.
Oh,
And
so
that
close.
he's absolutely
He's done. He's choosing to
okay.
stop.
He's waving it off. I do think he's completely capable of that. But the question is, are you capable of it at the end of 2 days of fierce competition?
Yeah, he's shaking his bicep right now too. He might have.
I hope he's all right there. Yeah.
Hopefully that's just a strain or a cramp and nothing too serious.
Yeah, the next athlete we have coming out is Bob Moyer, a veteran of the sport, done
Honestly,
many competitions.
Bob is having a hell of a show right now, honestly, considering his placing amongst these incredibly good athletes.
Absolutely. I mean, all the athletes in this, in this afternoon session are pretty fierce, and it's nice to see Bob in the mix-up. He's been competing for many years at this point. And occasionally he and I will just joke back and forth about being old dogs of the sport.
Yeah.
But I want to see him come out here and hit a good PR. He's taking that 350 out. He's nodding his head yes. I'm hoping he's feeling great today.
All right, Bob Moore starting at 350 pounds. Let's see it.
Stone is up to the lap. Looked very comfortable. Great.
Come on, Bob. Stick with
great
it, buddy.
power out of the lap.
Keep pulling upwards.
He's got a. Yeah, he's starting to get twisted up a little bit.
It looked like it was initially going to his right shoulder, and then he made a transition to the left, and it just got caught up.
And I think he is making a wise move here down to 300 immediately. He could sit here and fight for one of those repetitions at 350, or he could make sure to get some points on the board. And I think that is a very experienced move to just get some points on the board right now.
Yeah, with an event like this, it's incredibly easy to accidentally put yourself in a position where you could potentially zero. So just swallowing your pride, doing the pro move, and going down is going to be the way to go.
Absolutely. So there's one rep at 300. That's points on the board.
Yes, for those watching, the athletes who take top 3 in this competition will qualify for North America's Strongest Man, arguably one of the best shows in the world for the sport of strongman. It'll be taking place in the 3rd week of July this year, so not too far from now. That show has featured athletes like Wes Terwinski, Lucas Hatton, James Jeffers, Trey Mitchell.
Yeah, whistle just blew. This is his last attempt. He's got to finish this up. He's really got to stabilize it. Gets it down. And that was a really close call.
Yeah.
But
so
he got the down.
He did. And then it looks like that was, 3 reps at 300? Is that what that was?
I believe so.
Quite impressive considering he failed the 350 to start.
Yeah. Does 3 reps after a 350 effort. 3 reps at the 300 after one 350 effort.
Right.
You know, Joel, I always mix up.
You do.
I
Just
wanna
Joel,
say
too.
Anderson.
Just Joel as well.
Yeah. Joel coming up.
Oh, Joel Alexander.
I don't
Doing
know
really
why I
well.
always want to call him Anderson.
I don't know.
What is going on? He's just clarifying some movement standards with the lane judge Lucas Hatton. What are the movement standards here? What is the referee looking for before they give the athlete the down?
Of course, it's a great question. So ultimately, once the athlete gets the implement to the shoulder, you need to be standing upright. You can't be leaning too much to the side or forward or back. You need to be totally upright. Ideally, the stone is in a 50-50 position, 50% in front of the shoulder, 50% behind the shoulder. Other hand off to display control, and you're just standing put. That's it. Can't be moving forward, can't be moving backward, just got to stay put. So Joel swinging for a 350 here. Can he do it? Really good position here. He has center of mass over his center of mass.
Yep.
He's doing it. He
Just a little
needs to get control
forward.
now. This is huge for him. This is huge for him. Wow. Good for Joel Alexander. Way to go, buddy. And honestly, if I were him, I'd go down now. Or start cranking out reps.
I agree. And oh no, he's grabbing the.
He wants to get some additional attack. Smart move. Lucas Hatton, his head judge and referee here, is giving him some cues in terms of timing. He wants him to optimize the time he has, not feel rushed, to get as many as he possibly can. So again, right now, the winning reps for the show is 3 reps at 350.
Which is monstrous.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very impressive work from our first heavyweight athlete up, Franklin Easton. Joel Alexander out here right now taking a breath, getting ready for his last attempt at this 350. Time is starting to run out on him. He's got points on the board, good points, in fact, with 1 rep at 350. He's got it to the lap. And he's having trouble getting out of the lap.
Just add a gas today. That's okay. Great
Let's
job.
the stone know. Another day for a double.
Joel Alexander completely outdid himself this weekend, performing at an incredibly high level and really well.
Yeah, very close to a 200 kilo log earlier this weekend.
Yep.
Just really impressive stuff. Next up is going to be Josh Hatfield, one of the 2 athletes that you mentioned to watch for in this stone load.
And Josh told me, he pulled me in the back and he said, I'm swinging. I want podium. I am hitting 400.
Here we go. Well, this top grouping of athletes is, there's a good number of these athletes that are going to be really scrapping for this position, for podium positions.
This is huge. If Hatfield does this, he might, from the back end, come back and do something huge here for these placings. He needs this. Josh wants to go to North America's Strongest Man. Josh wants finally an international experience. This is his way. This stone is in the way between him and his goal. This is huge. And I really want him to get it, selfishly.
Great to the lap. Good position. Good drive. Great.
Oh my
pop.
goodness.
And just couldn't quite finish.
Josh could
He
do
dropped
this.
it quick and immediately went to readjusting. His arms just a little bit, very, very good poise, I think.
I agree. He could do this. He just needs to be violent, lean back, and push.
Yep.
Josh Hatfield, stay with it, Josh. Stay with. Oh, sorry. Getting a little excited on the stream here.
Yeah, and he's asking how much time. How much time? He's just got to breathe.
He could do this. Every rep has gotten better.
Yep.
Josh Hatfield can punch his way. He needs this rep.
Yep. I believe that was a 20 seconds left, if I heard that correctly. I would take about 15 of those 20 seconds.
I would take 19.
Yeah. He's just got to get it off the ground. And here we go. Here we go. This is the big attempt.
It just slipped. His tack failed him that time.
That is a tough one. That is
Major,
a really tough one.
major shout to Josh Hatfield for absolutely putting everything on the line and giving it a go. I mean, that's ultimately what you have to do when you're in his position, and I doubt he regrets anything.
Yeah, no, you gotta swing for the fence, especially in this field. This field is really stacked, and there's several athletes that are really just scrapping for those top 3 positions.
All right, so the next athlete to come on up will be Cody Lindsay. We are still playing with a 300, 350, and 400 triple stone run. Now, the athletes, for those that are just tuning in now, have an opportunity to go up or down by 1 stone placing. If an athlete were to get 2 reps at 1 weight, go up and get an additional rep, they are beating any athlete that got just 1 rep at that heavier one. So even the lighter reps count.
And Cody Lindsay just clarifying a couple things with Lucas Hatton.
So it looks like they're clarifying some rules.
All right, and it looks like Cody Lindsay is looking at that 400.
Now, he's getting some advice from Lucas Hatton, and Lucas told him I would go with this, so you have an option to go down or up just in case. Because if you start at that 400, you can't get any lower than 350.
Yeah, very true. And that is exactly what I would tell him as well. I mean, you really feel that confident with 400, you should be able to hit 350, then 400.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
And, you know, that
Jesus Christ.
is a lot of
He's
power.
out.
Goes
He's
down.
out.
Yep.
All right. It looks like Cody Lindsay is just a little unconscious, but this is the thing. When you have that much pressure on you, it's very normal to lose a bit of consciousness. Let's pan away from the screen here and get on me and Zach instead.
Yeah, he's in good hands. And that's exactly what you want to do in this kind of circumstance. You want to lift the feet up. It's going to allow some blood back into the brain.
Let's pan away from the screen here, please.
Yeah. But this is something that happens in strongman. There's a couple reasons why this kind of thing can happen. We can get constriction of blood to the brain. Also, you can get stimulation, a little too much stimulation of the vagus nerve, which can cause the body to just say, hey, I'm in danger. And then it's going to, you know, shut things down for a couple seconds. But not abnormal to see this kind of thing with heavy deadlifting, with stone loading, stone to shoulder, log clean and press, even some axle attempts. Squats can occasionally do this.
Right. So more than likely, Cody Lindsay will be perfectly fine, but
oh yeah,
ultimately these things can happen in the sport.
Yeah. So you know, we have our medical team with him right now, just chatting with him, and he is awake right now, just talking with Dr. John.
Probably just finding his position, his poise.
Yep. And usually you want to keep someone just in position for just a little bit while their body re-equilibrates.
Right, exactly.
You know, not something that is abnormal in the sport. But we do have a couple athletes left to go.
We do. Who are the remaining athletes that will be competing still?
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the top 4 currently. CJ Allen is going to be next, followed by Zachary Price, Brett Thompson, and then Dylan Thompson. This contest is kind of Thompson and Thompson.
A lot of Thompsons out here, buddy. It's a very common name, turns out.
Thompson and Thompson. Yeah, CJ has been putting up some good numbers today. Zachary has as well.
And it looks like our boy is doing just fine. He's sitting up now. Hopefully they get him up and moving, feeling good. Give him some water. Yeah. But ultimately, I think Cody Lindsay is absolutely okay. He just got a little lightheaded due to the, frankly, exposure to a very heavy object on his chest.
Yeah, and that will take it out of you. You know, he just waved off to the crowd. He's walking out under his own power. I'm sure he's feeling a little disappointed right now because the way that moved.
It was good. It was good.
It moved really well. It looked like he was very comfortable.
And Cody Lindsay's incredibly strong right now.
Wildly strong. Yeah. And so CJ Allen is getting ready next with the cap on and those sick pink shorts. You know, what's going through your head if you're CJ Allen? He's sitting in 4th right now.
CJ Allen's going to swing. CJ Allen more than likely has to swing. He'll probably start at 350 and then determine to see how he's feeling. If it feels good, he'll go for it, because ultimately he's sitting in 4, just behind 5th, just barely, or 4th place, I believe he's sitting. Yeah, 4th place. So he really wants to attempt to punch his way to the top here, or at least top 3, I should say. So here we go, CJ Allen, 350 pounds attempt. He needs to be patient with himself, find that equilibrium. Beautiful first rep. He might go for 4. He might climb reps. We'll see.
He's going to take a breath, tack back up, pump the crowd. Very, very...
So one more rep at this weight will put him in 2nd place outright.
Yeah, very good awareness here. And he's up with the 2nd one.
Here we go. CJ Allen finding that balance, finding that equilibrium. And he gives Lucas Hatton the bird.
That's good stuff.
CJ,
2 reps, pumping the
reps,
crowd.
2nd place in the
He's
event.
feeling good.
If he gets one more, he is tied for 1st place with Franklin Easton, who so far is leading the event, being the first athlete to do it. He has 30 seconds to do it, and I think he has plenty of power. He needs to be patient, though. Don't rush his positions. He's okay. He's fighting. He's fighting. Goodness gracious, this man's core is so strong to be balancing like this. This is unbelievable. Oh, just behind him. What incredible, incredible attempt. And I think that's smart to wave off. I think he knew he expelled all that energy in that last one and probably, put his back in slightly weird positions. But CJ Allen, great performer, great athlete this whole weekend through. And so far, solidly in 2nd in the Stone event.
Yeah, very good performance there. Very good points. And it's going to depend on how these next 3 athletes do with will he make it on the podium or not.
Right.
He's currently coming into this. He's sitting in 4th. Next up, we have our current 3rd place, Zachary Price. Very strong. If I'm not mistaken, this is the other athlete that you mentioned to watch.
He's very talented at stone to shoulder. He's starting right in the middle. Smart move. But will determine what he can do. There we go.
So as you mentioned, 350 stone. Very smooth pick. Very nice drive.
Beautiful
that
transition
was
to shoulder. He just
nice
needs to
wide
stabilize.
Stance. That was exceptional control. A little
Yeah.
wobble at the top, but that was a that was a really he was forced to hold that little on the long side, but is what it is. I mean, he has the capability to do that.
He does. Very strong. His transition from lap to shoulder is beautiful. He's so well practiced, and it is really showing right now.
Wow,
He's
that is
sticking with the
exceptional
350.
control.
That's 2 reps, so now he's tied for 2nd place with CJ Allen in the event. If he gets one more, he'll then be tied for 1st with Franklin Easton in the event.
Absolutely. He's got excellent points. I really so he is essentially locked up 2nd no matter what at this point, but he is gunning for 1st. He wants all the points.
Zachary Price. He needs to hold. He needs to hold. Beautiful
Holy
display.
cow.
No rep.
No
rep. That's a no rep.
That is,
It needs to be on the
no
pad.
Rep. Nope.
Oh,
that is a rough
Zachary.
one. That is really rough.
Oh,
And that is really difficult.
Zach. That is not good. That could affect the final placing.
And I will say, I'm sure that his judge was looking for something in particular with getting the down, but it did feel like he had to hold it a little longer than many of the other athletes. Objectively, he was holding that on his shoulder, and I think he displayed incredible control. But again, you
Absolutely.
have to be aware of where that pad is.
It's the rules.
It's
just the
Those
rules.
rules are the same for everyone.
All right,
Next
this
up,
is
we have
my
Brett
athlete,
Thompson,
Brett Thompson.
sitting in 2nd.
Let's see. Now, this would be huge for Brett. He really needs one to secure podium.
Yep.
Keep pushing, Brett. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Oh,
And that is a tough one. I did misspeak with Zachary Price. I thought he was in second for a second, but he is locked up at the very least third place.
Yeah, so Zach.
Brett Thompson still has to fight for this position. The race is close between these top three, and positions can shift.
He needs this rep.
Yeah, he's got to get some points on the board. That's strong. He's got to stabilize it. He's really got to stabilize it here. Yeah, that is a tough one. He's got to take a breath. He's got I believe he said he's got a good amount of time left.
Brett needs
Let's
this.
see this. He's got all the power.
I know he could do this. Brett Thompson.
Absolutely. He's just got to get it up to the shoulder and stabilize it. Nice
Come on,
and
Brett.
smooth.
Be
He's
patient,
got to be
please.
smooth.
Please be patient.
He's got to get this. He's got to stabilize it. He's got to, yep.
To the pad, to the pad.
Nope, and he just lost that repetition. That is a very difficult mistake right there. Yeah, I hate to see that. He's got 5 seconds left. He's got to pick it up, and that's time. That will result in a
That
zero.
is a massive rookie mistake from Brett Thompson,
Yeah.
which ultimately threw away his opportunity for North America's strongest man.
Yep.
But these are the things that happen.
Yeah,
when
that
you
is
don't
a
pay
really
attention to
tough
the
one.
rules.
That is a really tough one. You know, you have to have that situational awareness, and it is tough. That was the third time he had it up on his shoulder. Essentially, he did 3 repetitions, but just could not bring himself to drop it to the pad. You can't drop it straight on the ground. You need to drop it to the pad. And so it does look like Zachary Price is going to slip up into second at the lowest placing. Right now, we still have one athlete to come, Dylan Thompson. He's been having a fantastic show. He's currently sitting in fourth. What he needs to do to maintain his position is tie Zachary Price's performance. If he does, he will maintain his lead and win the Rainier Classic Pro Show. So Dylan Thompson needs 2 reps at this 350, very specifically. And he's up to the lap, very smooth, to the shoulder. He's got to keep himself calm here. There's down. He needs 1 rep, 1 more repetition. And I know he's been busting his butt for this. He's been very dedicated. Up for the second one.
No
rep,
rep. He has
no
to
rep.
hold
He's
a little
gotta
longer.
stabilize that.
He's more than capable of this rep. He just needs to hold still at the
Yep.
top.
Take a second. Compose yourself. Very wise. Yep. And he's nodding. He's nodding to Lucas, saying, "Hey, I'm gonna get this. Here we go."
Very good pick out of Dylan here.
Really
Nice,
impressive
smooth.
stone to shouldering from Dylan so far. He's got to get his
He's got to
hips
be
back
careful.
up
He's
the
got to be
stone.
careful. You know,
And this
I
is
wouldn't
gonna
risk
shake
it. I
up
wouldn't
a little
risk
bit.
it.
This will be really
I think-
interesting. I'm not sure where it's going to fall.
Oh, yeah. He still has some major points, though, getting just 1.
Yeah.
Honestly, it might be better just to go down and get 1 rep at the 300
I was
now.
actually just thinking the same thing. I would wait for 5 seconds. Yep, breathe. I think he said 20 seconds. I would not take this right now. I would retack, and I would get ready for lapping it at about 5 seconds. 10 seconds left. He's got about 5 seconds left on the buzzer, but it doesn't matter at this point. It's in the lap. This is his last attempt. He's got to finish as forward, and
Well,
he'll
so
be
he still
credited
did
with
great.
1.
Still did great. He got 1 rep. That's huge points. We'll see where the points ultimately end up landing for all 3 of these athletes. For all of these athletes, I should say.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
that
a
is a
col-
massive shakeup, though.
It is, with the disaster that is Brett Thompson.
That was
and,
a tough
and
one.
Dylan securing some good reps here. It'll be interesting to see where people ultimately end up placing. Yeah, it looks like Brett got knocked to 4th. And potentially in 3rd now is CJ Allen.
Yeah, so we are going to take a look at this. We're going to take a look at it. Points are still kind of coming in. We got 3 more placings to report.
So while we
Before
have
we're
this
able to
break
get
here, I
that-
want to talk about the sponsorship of this competition. Mountain Heating and Cooling has been a primary and huge help for this competition all weekend. Puget Sound Pizza providing food and a fantastic sponsorship for the show. Jack Squatch Supplements, thank you so much for everything that you do for the athletes and for us on staff here. Maverick Sports and Rehab, keeping everyone safe and sound and keeping them all put together as best as possible. Cerberus Strength for providing a lot of the equipment that we use, crash pads, implements, supportive gear to keep everyone functioning and moving well. Dungeon Strength itself for being a huge proponent of this show and allowing it to grow every year. And EPH Hay Bale for ultimately being one of the very first sponsors ever for the show. Very good stuff from EPH. So thank you so much to all the sponsors. And this weekend has been an amazing display of strength and power from all of these athletes. There were so many stories to be told, so many stories to experience, ups, downs, and everything in between. So great stuff to everyone who competed. Thank you so much to all the athletes. We'll have a minor break before we start the award ceremony. But do you have any closing thoughts before we get back to the award ceremony?
I would like to run over points. Would you like to? I feel like we're going to be crunched for time in the award ceremony.
Sure,
and I think we can do a quick recap.
So let's start with the 73 kilo Pro-Am division, which is right there. Pro Women's 160. So here we go. Why don't you hit him with it, Zach?
Yeah, so in second place, we have Bailey Packer with 7 points. And in first place, we have Sarah Johnson
Fantastic
with 11 points. A good 4-point difference right there. Pretty solid, comfortable win from Sarah. Both athletes performing really well. I think to both of the athletes' credit, you
those
mentioned
points are actually incorrect. They have Sarah losing the IFSA medley, which is not true, but we'll work on that later.
Well, to your credit, what you mentioned before, if there were a field of 6 or 7 athletes, I think both of them would have finished on podium. Very strong performance from both athletes.
Yeah, let's go to our Pro Open Women's now. Assuming these points are correct.
Yeah, so we have the top 3 here. I just got to get over to the totals. So in third place, we had a little bit of a shakeup. Taylor Doxey with 17.5 points. In second place, Casey Croy with 22 points. Then in first place, we have Jamie Booker with 29 points. Going to the 105 kilo men, we have the podium right here. Third place. Actually, I'm going to start from fourth place. We had a really tight race for third. We had a really, really tight race. It did come down to a half a point. And so coming in fourth, we had Melvin Mwumba.
That's right.
With 32.5 points.
Just narrowly losing podium.
Yeah, and then Matthew Montgomery slipping in half a point above with 33 points. 33 points. And looking second is Gabe Deal with 34.5, so he's a point and a half ahead of third. And then first place, Jacob Ferry with 41.
Great display of dominance by Jacob.
Very impressive performance. He had he finished with a pretty good gap. He just had a very strong performance all the way through the competition. Very impressive. And the last bit is the open men. And there was a massive shakeup. Massive shakeup. We mentioned the top 6 were all duking it out back and forth. And I'm just gonna report the top 3. In third place, we have CJ Allen, 61.5 points. Second place, Zachary Price with 68 points, pretty decent gap. And then Dylan Thompson with 70.5 points.
Great competition for all of these athletes. Great stuff.
That was very fierce.
We'll be back in just a few minutes for this award ceremony. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Again, just a few minutes, we'll be back right to the live stream.
He had one, and he needed to win.
Wait, is he the one that dropped it on the floor?
There are several people that dropped it. He is one of the guys that dropped it on the floor. So that
Bro,
is,
that's yours. It's yours right there. See, it says Sarah on it. Just kidding. I mean, it does.
All right, let's give out some awards. We're going to start off, hang on. I need all the pros, men and women, to come out by the tunnel, please. We're going to give out some awards. Let's come out for awards, please, pros. All pros on the floor. Dylan. Dylan and Zach, if we can get you guys out here by the floor, please. All right. There you go. Hey, first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these competitors a big hand. Blood, sweat, and tears, 6 grueling events this weekend here in Puyallup. This is probably one of the heaviest shows I've ever seen, honestly. Hats off to these athletes that competed today at the Rainier Classic 5. Let's give out some awards. Pro 160-pound women. Second place, Bailey Packer. Good job, Bailey. And the winner of the Pro 160-pound women weight class, Sarah Johnson. Sarah moved all the way from North Carolina to Washington, and it's incredible to watch her train and work out. Give it up for both of these ladies in the 160-pound class. Congrats, ladies. All right, the Pro Open Women. Third place, Taylor Doxey. Second place, Pro Open Women, Casey Croy. And the winner and new Pro Strong Woman, Jamie Booker. All 3 of these women also earn an invite to the North America's Strongest Women contest in Canada. All 3 of them will be in there representing USA in Canada at the North America's Strongest Woman. Congratulations, ladies. Let's get a group photo of these wonderful ladies. Great job, ladies. Proud of you all. What a performance. All right, the Pro 231-pound men class. Third place, his first strongman contest. The pride of Dungeon Strength RX, Matthew Montgomery. His first contest, and he's on the podium. That's amazing. Second place, 231 men, Gabe Deal. And the winner and new Pro 231-pound man, Jacob Fay. What a competitive class this was. Congratulations, gentlemen. Your top three, 231-pound men. Wyoming in the house on the podium. I love it. Great job, guys. Great job, guys. Proud of you all. Your 231-pound men, top three. All right, the Pro Open men. All three of these men also get an invite to the North America's Strongest Man contest in Canada, represented in the USA. Third place, CJ Allen, Wyoming. Second place, Zachary Price. And the winner of the Pro Open Men, the pride of Dungeon Strength RX, Dylan Thompson, baby. What a competitive weight class this was. Yeah, Dylan's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna go behind Zach. Give it up for the top three in the Pro Open Man class at the Rainier Classic. What a phenomenal weekend. All three will be going to Canada to compete in the North America's Strongest Man contest later this year. That's awesome. Congratulations, guys. Great job. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending the Rainier Classic 5. All the family, friends, training partners who supported all of the athletes this past weekend. Thank you for attending. Thank you for supporting them. We can't wait for next year. Drive home safely. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We love you all, and we will see you next year at the Rainier Classic. Safe travels home, everybody. Aloha. Happy Father's Day. All the dads, happy Father's Day. Much love to you all. Peace.